Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you are from. Also, what time is it? It started with a feeling. Not a scream or a shadow, just a feeling. You know that creeping weight you get in your chest when you walk alone at night? The one that doesn't come from your feet dragging, but from something you can't name pressing down on you. That's how it began. Only I wasn't walking home from a night out, or leaving a friend's place, or stuck in some dark alley. I was in my own apartment, in my room, at 3 in the afternoon. It was a Wednesday, and I remember it because I was supposed to be on a Zoom call. I canceled last minute, claiming I had a migraine, even though I didn't. I just couldn't shake that heaviness. It made no sense. Nothing had happened. No sounds, no movement. Just this thick, sticky awareness that someone was watching me. And the worst part, I wasn't scared yet. I was annoyed. I thought maybe I was just being dramatic. But that feeling, God, that feeling never left. It stayed through the rest of the week. Every morning I'd wake up with the same strange pressure in my chest, like I had a panic attack in my sleep. My phone was always on 1% when I woke up, even though I charged it every night. My TV turned on by itself twice, just static. Not a channel, static. I told myself it was just a software bug, maybe something with the smart remote. But I unplugged it anyway. The first time I saw him, I still didn't know it was him. Not really. It was a Sunday. I was at the grocery store 2 blocks from my apartment in the snack aisle, comparing 2 brands of kettle chips because I was being cheap. I felt it again, like someone had jabbed a cold finger into the back of my neck. I turned around fast, expecting maybe a cart had bumped me, but there was no one behind me, just the tall shelves. Still, the feeling got worse, like I just made eye contact with something I wasn't supposed to see. When I left the store, I didn't notice him right away. I was texting my roommate, Alex, asking if we needed milk. But halfway down the block, I looked up and there he was, across the street, standing completely still, no phone in hand, no groceries, no dog, just standing, watching me. He wasn't doing anything, not technically. He looked like any other guy. Hoodie, jeans, dirty white sneakers. His head was tilted slightly to the side, like he was trying to get a better look. He didn't wave. He didn't even blink. I kept walking. I told myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe he was a neighbor. Maybe he was just spaced out. It wasn't illegal to stand still, right? But as I crossed into the next block and glanced back, he was gone. That should have been the end of it. Except it wasn't, because 2 days later I saw him again. This time it was at the laundromat. I was there late, almost 10 p.m., because I'd forgotten to do my laundry over the weekend and had nothing clean to wear to work. The place was practically empty, just an old woman folding towels and a kid sitting on the floor with a tablet. I was unloading a dryer when I saw movement outside the window. Same hoodie, same jeans, same white sneakers. He was standing just across the street again, still, head tilted, no expression. He hadn't aged a day. Not that it had been long enough for that, but something about him felt frozen. Like whatever was going on behind those eyes wasn't alive in the way it should have been. This time, I didn't just walk away. I marched outside and yelled, "Do you need something?" He didn't move. "Hey!" I called again louder. "You lost." Nothing. The kid inside looked up, but the old woman didn't even flinch. When I took 1 step off the curb, he turned and walked away. Not fast. Not running. Just like he had all the time in the world. That's when I felt something cold crawl up my back. Because he hadn't just turned randomly. He turned the moment I stepped toward him. Like he'd waited for that. I went back inside and locked myself in the bathroom until my last cycle finished. That night I didn't sleep. I wanted to call the cops. But what would I say? Some guy's watching me. But he's not doing anything. They'd ask for a name, a license plate, a photo. I had nothing. So I told Alex. He laughed at first. Said maybe it was some guy crushing on me. Some weird way of flirting. But then I showed him the sketch I made. Just a crude drawing of the guy's face, with those deep, set eyes and the way his mouth was just a flat line. Alex stopped laughing. "I've seen him," he said, and my heart just dropped into my stomach. "When?" I asked. "A couple of nights ago, outside the apartment. I thought maybe it was a delivery guy or something, but he wasn't holding anything, just standing there, same spot, under the streetlight." That was the first time I felt real fear. I started noticing other things after that. Things I wish I'd paid more attention to earlier. The smoke alarm in my bedroom would beep once, like the battery was dying, even though I just replaced it. My bathroom mirror fogged up while I was at work. Even though no one else had been home, I started taking pictures of my apartment before I left and comparing them when I got back. Things moved. Tiny things like the angle of a picture frame, or a shoe turned the wrong way, or my toothbrush lying flat instead of upright in its holder. I checked all the locks. I changed them. I installed cameras, cheap ones I bought online. One in the living room, one in the hallway. The camera in the hallway worked fine. Caught me leaving. Caught Alex coming home. The one in the living room kept glitching. Not all the time. Just at night. Between 2:13 a.m. and 2:17 a.m., every single night, the screen would go black for 4 minutes. When it came back, nothing looked different. But I started noticing scratches on the hardwood floor near the couch. Like someone had dragged their fingernails across it. I showed the footage to Alex. He joked about ghosts, but he was pale. His hands kept fidgeting. The next day, he bought a baseball bat. 2 weeks later, he moved out. He said it was because of work. Said he'd gotten a new job across town and needed to be closer. But I could tell he was lying. I couldn't blame him, because by then, I'd started hearing things. It started small, creaking floorboards. Doors closing when I knew they were open. Whispers under the white noise of my fan. One night, I woke up with the taste of dirt in my mouth. Like I'd been chewing on soil. My sheets were clean. My mouth was dry, but I couldn't shake it. I brushed my teeth 5 times and still couldn't make it go away. That morning, I found footprints on my kitchen floor. Muddy, barefoot. I don't live near any dirt paths. The street outside is all pavement, and they weren't my footprints. I started staying at work late. Volunteered for extra shifts. I'd walk around the block twice before coming home, just to be sure no one was behind me. But it didn't matter, because he was always there. Not every night. Not even every week, but just often enough to make me stop feeling safe. Once, I saw him inside a bus stop across the street from my building. His face was pressed to the glass, watching my window. I turned off the lights and crawled under the bed. That's when I realized it wasn't about him following me anymore. It was about me knowing. Because the moment I knew, it changed something. The quiet things turned loud. The small things got bigger. And the fear went from a slow burn to a wildfire. I started dreaming about him. Dreams where I was locked in a room with no windows, and he was standing just outside the door. Breathing, waiting. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. And in the dreams, his face changed. Not completely. Just wrong. His eyes would open too wide. His smile would split too far. Like he was trying to look human but couldn't quite get it right. Then, a week ago, I found something under my bed. A Polaroid photo. One I didn't take. It showed me sleeping. And in the corner of the frame, barely visible, was the edge of a white sneaker. He'd been in my room. The locks didn't matter. The cameras didn't matter. Nothing mattered. Because he followed me home. And I let him in, without even knowing. Now, I don't know how long he's been here, or how many nights he's stood at the foot of my bed, or how many pictures he's taken. or when he'll finally stop watching and start something worse. But I know one thing, he's still here, and I think tonight he's going to speak. After I found the Polaroid under my bed, something in me snapped. I didn't scream, I didn't cry, I didn't even tell anyone, not that there was anyone left to tell. Alex was gone. My coworkers just thought I was tired all the time. Nobody checks in on the quiet girl who stays late and drinks too much coffee. I was invisible, easy prey. But I wasn't going to be helpless. That same night, I grabbed the photo and left. I didn't pack anything. I didn't even lock the door behind me. I drove 3 hours to my sister's house and crashed on her couch. She asked questions, of course, but I lied. Told her I needed a break, a change of scenery. She didn't push. I stayed with her for 3 days. And for 3 days, I slept like I was dead. No dreams. No noise. No heaviness. It was like I'd finally escaped the thing pressing on my chest. But on the 4th day, my sister found something. She was folding my clothes, the few I'd stuffed into a grocery bag before I left, and she froze when she pulled out my hoodie. "What's this?" she asked. I looked up. She was holding a second Polaroid. It wasn't mine. It hadn't been in my hoodie when I packed. I was sure of it. This photo showed my sister's guest room, the room I was sleeping in. The photo was taken from the closet. You could see the edge of the door, the frame of the bed, and the shape of me lying under the blanket. And just like the last one, there was a sliver of something in the corner. Not a shoe this time, a hand, pressed against the closet door, as if he'd been holding it open just wide enough to take the picture. I felt my blood go cold. "I didn't take this," I whispered. My sister dropped the photo like it burned her. "What the hell is going on, Maya?" I couldn't lie anymore. I told her everything. She wanted to call the police. But what could they do? He wasn't breaking anymore. He didn't need to. He was already inside, and I didn't have a name, no fingerprints, no clear face, just pieces, just moments, just that god-awful feeling. That night, we locked every window, every door. My sister even blocked the closet with a dresser. We didn't sleep. Around 3 a.m., we heard the handle on the guest room closet rattle, just once. Then silence. We stayed frozen for what felt like an hour, barely breathing. When the sun came up, we moved the dresser. There were scratches on the inside of the closet door. Thin, deep ones. Like fingernails had clawed at it from the inside, and something was missing. The Polaroid. The one that had been dropped on the floor. He'd come back for it. We left that morning. My sister booked a hotel 2 towns over. We used fake names, paid in cash. I bought a burner phone and threw away my old one. It didn't matter. He followed us. That night, in the hotel, I saw something move behind the curtain. Not outside the window, behind the curtain, inside the room. I yanked it open, heart in my throat. Nothing. But when I turned back, there was another photo on the bed. This one wasn't of me. It was of my sister. She was brushing her teeth, standing in front of the bathroom mirror. The photo was taken from inside the shower. That was the first time she believed me without a word. No more doubt. No more questions. She left that night. I told her to take the car, drive to Mom's, and never look back. I stayed behind. I don't know why. Maybe I needed to end it. Maybe I was just tired of running. I went back to my apartment. Everything was untouched. Still the same weird quiet, the same dead power in the living room camera, the same scratches on the floor. But now I noticed more. The smell, like mildew and something else. Something old. Rotten. I followed the smell to the hallway, to the coat closet. I hadn't opened it since I moved in. I didn't need to. It was just full of junk from the last tenant. Some old boots, a broken lamp, a duffel bag I never checked. The smell was strongest there. I opened the door. Everything looked normal at first. Dusty, cluttered, stale. But then I looked closer. The duffel bag had been moved. Not by much, just rotated, slightly unzipped. Inside were more Polaroids. hundreds. Some were of me, sleeping, eating, reading on the couch. Some were of strangers, women I didn't know, men I'd never seen. All of them shot from strange angles, behind curtains, through mail slots, from under beds. Some of the people looked scared. Some looked dead. And then, at the very bottom of the bag, I found the oldest photo. It was stained, yellowed at the edges, torn in the corner. It was of a man in a hoodie, standing in a doorway. Not my doorway, a different one. Older. Decades ago, maybe. He looked the same. Exactly the same face, the same tilted head, the same blank, flat stare. Time hadn't touched him. I dropped the photo. That's when the doorbell rang. I didn't move. It rang again and again. A slow rhythm, never impatient. Just waiting. I crept to the peephole and looked. No one was there. But taped to the outside of my door was another photo. It was blank, except for one word, scratched into the bottom in shaky, jagged handwriting, INSID. I didn't sleep after I found the INSID photo. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I sat on the floor of my apartment, the duffel bag of Polaroids in front of me, and waited for the sun to rise. Every time the old pipes groaned, or a floorboard popped in the ceiling above, I flinched like a gunshot had gone off. But nothing came through the door. Nothing obvious, anyway. When the sun finally burned through the curtains, I stood up. My knees popped. I hadn't realized I'd been shaking until I tried to walk. I needed help. Not from the police. They'd laugh me out of the room, or worse, take the photos and file them away into some unsolved case file that never saw the light of day again. I needed answers, and someone who believed me. I thought about Alex. Before he vanished, he used to talk about weird things he found on the deep web. Places where people shared stories of hauntings, disappearances, the kind of evil that doesn't make headlines, just sinks in quietly like rot in the walls. He knew people too. One of them was a guy named Ray. Ray used to be a crime scene photographer. Now he ran a blog full of pictures the public wasn't supposed to see. He lived out of a trailer on the edge of the city. Alex swore by him, so I went. Ray opened the door with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth and a look that said he hadn't slept in a week. His eyes were yellow at the edges, like someone had smoked through his soul. I didn't even get to explain. As soon as I pulled out the duffel bag, his face changed. He took one look at the photos, just one, and went silent. "This is him," he muttered. "Same angle, same kind of film, same handwriting. Jesus Christ, you've seen him before." He nodded slowly. "First time was in 98. A woman found photos under her kid's bed. Same style, same angles, same presence. I've seen it maybe 5, 6 times since then. Different cities, different names, but always the same guy. The man who's already inside." My skin went cold. "What does he want?" I whispered. Ray didn't answer right away. He picked up the photo with the word "inside" scratched into it, turned it under the light, his mouth pressed into a thin line. "He doesn't want anything. He collects. That's all. He watches, follows, photographs, and then..." His eyes met mine. "Then he goes deeper, beneath the walls, into the crawl spaces, attics, places no one checks. What happens to the people?" Ray lit another cigarette. "Sometimes they just disappear. Other times someone finds them. Not alive, usually with no eyes, no tongue." My stomach lurched. I remembered the smell in my coat closet, the mildew, the rot, the faint, sweet, meaty odor that didn't belong. "Do you know how to stop him?" I asked. Ray paused. Then, slowly, he reached under his couch and pulled out a small, battered journal. The pages were curled and yellowed. The cover had deep gouges, like someone had tried to claw it open or closed. "I don't know if this stops him, but it tells you how to see him." He flipped to a page in the back. The handwriting was cramped and wild, scrawled in red ink. "To find him, you have to invite the gaze. Place his images in a circle. Sit inside. Close your eyes and speak his name, if you know it. But beware, he's already listening. If he notices you noticing, he may not wait anymore. I didn't know his name, but I had hundreds of photos. That night, I went home. I turned on every light. I dragged the furniture into a circle and laid the photos down, edge to edge, all around me. I could barely breathe. I sat in the center, heart pounding, hands cold. I closed my eyes, and I whispered, "I see you." For a moment, there was only silence. Then, scritch, 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 it came from inside the walls, from the floor beneath me. I opened my eyes and the lights flickered. The circle of photos, they were moving, twitching, edging closer to me as if pulled by some invisible string. And in each photo, something had changed. They weren't still anymore. Each one showed the man in the hoodie moving, just slightly, a head tilt, a finger twitch, a shift in posture. They were becoming real. I jumped up, scattering them across the room. Then I heard it. Thud. Under the floorboards. Thud. 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 Moving toward the hallway. I grabbed a flashlight and followed the noise. Every step felt like I was descending into a grave. The sound led me to the vent beneath my bathroom sink. It was bolted shut. Rusty, old. But one of the bolts was missing. And the smell, like wet leaves and something worse. Something cooked. I unscrewed the remaining bolts with shaking hands, pulled the grate off. It was a crawl space, pitch black. But there were fingerprints in the dust. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Some tiny, some impossibly long, and a trail leading deeper. I shined my light forward and nearly dropped it. At the very edge of the beam, something moved. Not a rat. Not a person. Something in between. It crawled like it didn't have joints. Just long, snaking limbs. The hoodie dragged in the dust, its face hidden in shadows. And then it turned toward me. Its face was wrong. Too long. Too flat. The eyes were small and sunken. But they locked on mine. And it smiled. I slammed the vent shut. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't sit. I didn't blink for longer than I had to. But the next morning, the crawl space was empty. No tracks, no smell, no proof, except for one thing. On the bathroom mirror, written in the condensation from the night before, Doent loc agien. It's strange how silence can scream louder than anything else. That night, after what happened to Greg, my apartment became a vacuum. Everything sounded sharper. The hum of the refrigerator, the creak of the window frame, the buzz of a single fly against the pane. I didn't sleep. Not really. I laid there on my side, covers up to my chin, like I was 10 years old again, and monsters still lived in closets. Only this time, they did. Or at least one of them did. And I had seen his eyes. I didn't go back to the office. I couldn't. Not after watching Greg collapse like that, with the blood still soaking into the carpet as people screamed and I stood frozen. They said it was an accident. A fall. Internal bleeding. But that wasn't what I saw. I saw Greg hit the floor like his legs had been kicked out from under him, like he'd been shoved by something no one else could see. That wasn't just gravity. That was intent. By morning, I packed a duffel bag and left. No more sleeping in my apartment. I booked a hotel downtown, some chain spot with good lighting and staff that actually paid attention. I needed eyes around me, witnesses. But even in a new room, with unfamiliar walls and a buzzing television to keep the shadows away, I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. And every time I passed a mirror, I paused, not to check myself, but to see if anyone else was behind me. I wasn't alone in this. I had proof now, and that made it worse. It was 2 days before I returned to my apartment, only because I had to. Bills, clothes, chargers. I couldn't outrun everything. I went in the middle of the day, when the sun was high and I figured no one, or nothing, would be lurking. The air inside was stale. My living room still had that faint echo of absence. Like the walls knew I didn't trust them anymore. I didn't spend a second longer than I had to. Grabbed my stuff and got out. But I made one mistake. I checked my mailbox. Among the usual, credit card offers, some garbage coupon books, and a notice from my landlord. I found something else. A folded sheet of white paper. No envelope. No stamp. Just wedged between an electric bill and a local pizza place menu. It said one sentence. You shouldn't have looked at me. That was it. No signature. No date. I felt my throat close up. There are moments in life when your body knows something before your brain does. A cold pressure behind the eyes. A sudden twitch in your spine. Your heart doubling up like it's trying to warn you. My fingers were shaking as I put the note back in the mailbox and walked away, pretending like I didn't read it. I didn't go back to the hotel. I drove. I don't remember where at first. Just anywhere that had other people around. I ended up at a 24-hour diner off the highway. Sat in the corner booth facing the door. Ordered coffee. Didn't touch it. I watched. That's when I started noticing him again. Not always the same face. Not the same clothes. But the same presence. A man standing 2 cars behind me at a red light, sunglasses on, even though it was past midnight. A shadow across the hall in my building's security camera footage. One that didn't move like the others. A hooded figure walking half a block behind me, stopping when I stopped. I tested it. Changed routes. Doubled back. Took photos of reflective windows just to catch the angle behind me. He was always there, just far enough that no one else noticed. But I did. He was following me. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the floor of the diner's bathroom with my back against the stall door, too scared to go outside. A janitor knocked around 3 a.m. and asked if I was okay. I said I had a stomach bug. The lie felt ridiculous. But what else could I say? There's someone watching me. Someone only I seem to see. He let me stay. When the sun came up, I called someone I hadn't talked to in years. My sister. Claire and I weren't close anymore, not since our mom died. Too many words we didn't take back. Too many Thanksgivings skipped, but I didn't know who else to call. She picked up, groggy. You all right? She asked. Her voice sounded exactly the same, like home. I need to stay with you, I said, voice low. Just for a few nights. Silence on the other end. Then, what's going on? I think I'm being followed. She paused. You call the cops. No one else sees him. Another silence, then a soft sigh. Come by. You remember the address? I did. Claire lived in the suburbs, in a single-story house with a lawn that always looked like it came straight out of a catalog. She answered the door in pajama pants and an oversized hoodie, hair tied up, bags under her eyes. You look like hell, she said. I feel worse. She didn't press for answers. Just opened the door wider and let me in. For the first time in weeks, I almost felt safe. Her place was warm, smelled like cinnamon and dog hair. Her golden retriever, Milo, licked my hands and refused to leave my side. I sat on her couch while she made eggs and tried not to cry into my coffee. I told her everything. From the first moment I felt watched, to the guy on the bus, to Greg's death, to the note in my mailbox. She didn't say anything until the very end. Then, she nodded. I believe you. It was such a relief, I almost laughed. You do? Yeah. I think I've seen him too. I blinked. What? She sat down across from me, arms folded tight around herself. About 3 weeks ago, I caught someone standing outside my work. Didn't think much of it at first. But then he was there again. Outside my gym. Near the grocery store. Never close enough to confront. Always just watching. I leaned forward. You didn't tell anyone. I thought I was being paranoid. Her voice cracked a little. And then last night, my doorbell rang. I went to check the camera. No one was there. My blood went cold. But there was this shape, she whispered. Like a blur. Right in front of the lens. And the weird thing is, the footage jumps. Like it cuts out for a second. Just static. I felt it again. The pressure in my chest. That creeping horror. Like something was connecting dots that hadn't even been drawn yet. Claire, I said slowly. What if he's not just following me? She met my eyes. What if he's picking people off, one by one? That night, we locked the doors, pulled the blinds, left every light on in the house. Claire let me sleep in the guest room. I wish I could say I rested. But around 2:13 a.m., I woke to the sound of Milo growling, low, deep. The kind of sound that dogs make when something truly isn't right. I sat up. The hallway outside was lit, but there was a shadow, just outside the door, not moving. I didn't breathe, didn't blink. I just stared at the crack in the door where the light stopped and the darkness began. And then, a single knock, soft, deliberate. Milo barked like a mad thing. I flung open the door just as Claire came stumbling out of her room with a bat in her hands. There was no one there. But the front door was wide open. We didn't sleep after that. When morning came, we checked the security cam. The footage cut out from 2:11 a.m. to 2:16 a.m. static, just like Claire said. She turned to me pale. "You said he followed you." I nodded. What if he didn't stop? 3 days after we found the front door wide open, Claire and I were barely speaking. Not because we were mad, but because we were scared to say anything aloud. Saying it out loud made it more real. We moved through her house like ghosts, whispering when we had to speak, checking the locks twice, sometimes 3 times. Milo wouldn't stop pacing. Every now and then, he'd stop in front of a window and just stare, his ears twitching like he heard something we couldn't. And always, that feeling of being watched. I started wondering if it was something about me. Maybe I'd brushed up against something I shouldn't have. Maybe I invited it in without knowing. But Claire had seen him too. So it wasn't just me. That almost made it worse. We tried to act normal. Grocery store runs, coffee. I even pretended to scroll job listings on my phone like I was ever going back to a normal life. But deep down, we both knew we weren't getting rid of him that easily. The first real conversation we had came on a night when neither of us could sleep. It was nearly 4 a.m. We were sitting on the back porch, wrapped in blankets, drinking cold tea under a buzzing floodlight. Claire was staring at the trees, her eyes unfocused. "I tried looking him up," she said suddenly. I blinked, looking who up? Him, whoever he is, the man you saw, the guy that's been following me too. "Did you find anything?" She nodded, slowly, "Not much. But there are forums, posts, stories." I sat up. "What kind of stories?" She turned to look at me, and in that moment, I swear something in her expression shifted. Not fear, exactly. More like resignation. They call him the Watcher. Some people think he's a stalker. Others say he's not even human, that he feeds on your attention. Feeds. The more you notice him, the closer he gets. That's how he works. You acknowledge him, and he tightens the leash. I stared at her. "You're saying we made it worse by seeing him, be noticing him?" She whispered. We sat there for a long time after that, just listening to the wind push through the trees. Later that day, I went back to my apartment. Claire begged me not to, but I had to know. If he really was feeding off our attention, maybe something there, something I'd missed, had set him off in the first place. The place looked the same, but it felt wrong. The curtains were still drawn. The air was thick with that weird, stale scent. And yet, there was something else now. A subtle, foul undertone, like burnt hair and pennies. I didn't stay long. Just long enough to check my closet, my drawers, under the bed. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for. But I found it anyway. A Polaroid. Wedged between my dresser and the wall. Like someone had dropped it and just never bothered to pick it back up. It showed the inside of my living room, from the angle of the kitchen doorway. The photo was blurry and slightly crooked. But dead center, right in front of the couch, was me, asleep. Blankets pulled up, arm draped off the side, and behind the couch, partially in the frame, was him, barely visible, just a silhouette. No face, no eyes. But he was there. And the worst part, That was from at least 3 weeks ago, which meant he wasn't just watching me out in the world. He had been in my apartment, watching me while I slept. I dropped the photo. Nearly threw up. I didn't go back to Claire's right away. I couldn't. I drove, aimlessly, past gas stations, strip malls, parking lots. I couldn't stop shaking. Every person I saw felt like a threat. Every reflection held his shape. Eventually, I parked in a Walmart lot and sat there for hours with the engine running, just watching people come and go. I didn't notice her until she tapped the passenger side window. A woman, maybe late 20s. Short blonde hair. Wide eyes. She looked terrified. I cracked the window just a little. "Can I help you?" She leaned in. "You see him too, don't you?" Her name was Ray. She didn't give a last name. Said it was better if I didn't know. She got into my car like we'd done this before, like we were war buddies or something. "I've been followed for 4 months," she said. Thought I was crazy. Thought maybe it was just PTSD or sleep deprivation. But then I started noticing the gaps in time, in memory. I'd wake up and find bruises, or doors unlocked. Once I woke up outside, just standing on the street at 3 in the morning. No idea how I got there. I stared at her. "You think it's him?" She gave me a grim smile. "I know it is." We sat there for a while. She showed me photos. Blurred figures in windows, distorted faces in mirrors. Screenshots of corrupted phone videos. All of it seemed too unreal to believe, but I did believe her. Because I had my own Polaroid in my pocket, and I hadn't shown it to anyone. Then Ray said something that made the blood freeze in my veins. "You ever hear a voice before you see him?" I swallowed hard. "What kind of voice?" "Like someone calling your name from the other room. Soft. Familiar. But no one's there." I didn't answer, because I had heard it last week. Someone whispering my name from the kitchen, even though I was home alone. Ray must have seen the look on my face. "Yeah," she said quietly. That's how he starts getting in. When I dropped her off, at a Motel 6 nearly an hour away, she scribbled something down on a napkin before leaving the car. "Go here," she said. "Ask for Colin. He's been helping people like us. People who see him." I took the napkin. It had an address scrawled across it. Nothing else. "Be careful," she added before shutting the door. "He doesn't like being talked about." When I got back to Claire's, she was pacing in the kitchen. Her eyes were wild. "Where the hell have you been?" she hissed. "I've been calling you for hours." "I met someone," I said. "She's seen him too?" Claire stopped moving. I handed her the Polaroid. Her hands shook as she looked at it. And then, in a voice that barely sounded like hers, she whispered, "That's not possible." "Why?" She turned the photo over. There was a date scribbled on the back, February 17th. That was 5 weeks ago. "I saw you that day," she said. "You were with me. We were at Mom's grave. You didn't sleep in your apartment." I looked down at the photo. Me, sleeping on the couch. Him behind me. Then who the hell was that in the picture? I stared at the photo in Claire's trembling hands. "I saw you that day," she whispered again. Like saying it out loud might force it to make sense. "You didn't sleep in your apartment. We drove back together. We were." She stopped. "You were never alone. But this." I motioned to the Polaroid. "This is real. It's me." She shook her head slowly, her voice hoarse. "It looks like you? But that's not you." And that was the moment something shattered in my brain. Because she wasn't saying I wasn't in the picture. She was saying maybe someone else was. I didn't sleep that night. I laid awake on Claire's couch, Milo curled up at my feet, growling softly in his sleep. I kept the Polaroid on the coffee table in front of me, watching it like it might move or change or crawl off the damn surface. And then I heard it again, from the kitchen. A whisper. My name. Soft. Familiar. Like it belonged to someone I used to trust. "Hey, Claire had come down the stairs, wrapped in a robe, her eyes wide. "Did you just call me?" I sat up straight. "No. You heard it too." She nodded. "It was your voice." That was the first time I realized it wasn't just following us anymore. It was imitating us. The next day, I drove to the address Ray gave me. It was a dusty old shop on the edge of some dying suburb. Half the street was boarded up, forgotten. The sign above the door just said, "Solonence," in faded red letters. Inside, it smelled like burnt sage and mothballs. Dust danced in shafts of gray light cutting through the blinds. And Colin. He looked like he hadn't slept in 10 years. Balding, bags under his eyes, a half-burned cigarette trembling in his fingers. But his voice was steady. "You've seen him," he said the moment I stepped in. I hadn't even opened my mouth. He waved me in, pulled out a file folder the color of dried blood. Inside were dozens of photos, sketches, notes scrawled in barely legible handwriting. All of him, the man I'd been seeing. Except none of them looked the same. "Everyone sees him differently," Colin said. "It's not a face, it's a presence, a shape your mind assigns meaning to." He pointed to one of the photos. A blurry still from a grocery store security camera. "He shows up when you're vulnerable, when you start doubting your memory, when your trust fractures. Then he inserts himself. Just slips in. And eventually..." "What?" I asked. Colin looked at me with dead eyes. "You can't tell which one of you is real anymore." On the drive back, I kept thinking about that. About the version of me in the Polaroid. About the voice Claire heard mimicking mine. About the way Milo sometimes growled at me. Was that why he barked the first night at Claire's? Because something followed me in, and it wasn't me. I didn't tell Claire everything right away. Just that Colin knew things. That Ray was right. We made a plan. We'd stop acknowledging him. Stop speaking his name. Stop reacting. If he fed on attention, we'd starve him out. But the moment we tried to ignore him, he got louder. The first crack came when we tried to record him. We set up Claire's phone by the window, left it running overnight. The next morning, the entire file was gone. Not corrupted. Not deleted. Just erased, as if it had never been saved. That day, Claire's bedroom mirror cracked straight down the middle. Milo wouldn't go upstairs anymore, and I started waking up with scratches on my wrists. Thin, surgical cuts, like someone had taken a scalpel to my skin. Still we said nothing. Still we pretended he wasn't there. But it didn't matter, because he was getting stronger. Then the scariest thing yet happened. Claire and I were sitting in the living room, eating frozen pizza. The news droning in the background, trying to be normal. I got up to use the bathroom. Wasn't gone more than 5 minutes. When I came back, Claire was curled up in the corner of the room, shaking, holding Milo in her arms like a shield. "Claire," I rushed to her. "What happened?" She looked up at me with wide, glassy eyes. "You just walked out the front door," she whispered. "You walked outside. But you're here?" I turned and looked at the door. Still shut. Still locked. But something else had changed. My pizza slice was gone, like he'd eaten it. Later that night, I heard her whispering in her sleep. I leaned in, trying to make it out, but it wasn't Claire's voice that responded. It was mine. From her mouth, mimicking me, word for word, and laughing. The sound of my own voice coming from Claire's sleeping mouth, it stopped me cold. Not just because it was my voice, perfectly replicated, even the same little rasp I get when I'm tired, but because it wasn't saying anything. It was humming, a song I didn't know I knew, low, broken, almost gentle. The kind of lullaby you hear once in a dream, but somehow remember for the rest of your life. I backed away slowly. Milo was already growling under his breath from the foot of the bed, his hackles raised like barbed wire. Claire's lips moved again, this time not humming. "Don't blink." I stayed up that night, not just because I couldn't sleep, but because something in me, something primal, Knew sleep wasn't safe anymore. I set up my phone to record again. Not video. Audio only. I tucked it beneath the couch cushion. Hit record. Claire didn't remember the humming the next morning. Didn't remember saying, "Don't blink," either. She laughed it off, tried to move on. But I saw it. The fear in her eyes when I didn't laugh with her. We made breakfast in silence. When I finally checked the recording, it started off normal. Us moving around the house. Claire microwaving leftovers. Me filling a glass of water. But around the 2:11:04 mark, it changed. Heavy footsteps, too loud for either of us. The sound of breathing. Wet. Close to the mic. Then my voice again, whispering. Only this time, it didn't match anything I said that day. I see you. Even when you don't. Especially when you sleep. Especially when you blink. Then something even worse. Claire's voice, a whisper. Too close to the mic. Too sharp. Too wrong. Don't turn around. And right after that, a sound I cannot describe. Like 1,000 teeth clacking together underwater. Claire wanted to delete the audio. I made her listen to all of it. She didn't speak the rest of the day. Later that evening, we got a knock on the door. No one ever comes to Claire's place without texting first. We froze. Milo barked, but stayed back, tail low, ears flat. The knock came again. I peeked through the peephole. Nothing. Just the porch, and a piece of paper pinned to the front door. I opened it with shaking hands. There was no one there. But the note, it said you blinked. That night, Colin called me. His voice was worse than before, shaky, distant. Like it was cutting through static. Don't look at mirrors, he said. What? Why? They're the easiest doorway. That's how he gets in. How he splits, you understand. You see yourself too much, and he steps into the reflection. I thought of my cracked bathroom mirror. Of the photo. Of Claire saying she saw me when I wasn't there. How do we stop him? You don't, Colin said, coughing. You just try to stay ahead of him. The moment you look at him too long, listen to him too closely, he gets stronger. He becomes you. He replaces you. What happens to the original? Silence. Then a whisper. They forget you ever existed. But Claire started keeping notes on me. Times I left the room. Times I came back. Times I acted different. She didn't tell me, but I found the list under her mattress. March 3rd blinked while we were talking. You were on the couch. When I looked up, you were by the window. Didn't remember moving. You said the same thing twice. Word for word. March 4th, you didn't have your mole today. The one on your chin. It was just gone. March 6th, you stood in the hallway too long. Not moving, just staring. Milo wouldn't stop barking. You smiled, but your teeth didn't look right. You asked if I was afraid of you. The last note she wrote March 8th, you called me from your car, but you were also inside the house. I wanted to tell her I wasn't changing, that I was still me, but I couldn't be sure, because sometimes I saw things out of the corner of my eye. A second me, just a little too slow to vanish. Sometimes I felt like I was watching myself through a window, like he was the one moving my arms, speaking through my lips. Sometimes I blinked, and the world didn't look right when I opened my eyes again. And the worst part, sometimes I caught Claire staring at me like she was no longer sure either. Last night, I set up a mirror in the living room. I sat across from it for hours, watching my own reflection, waiting to see if it would blink out of sync. I told Claire it was an experiment, but I think I just wanted to know for sure if I was still me, and when I finally blinked, my reflection didn't. My reflection didn't blink. It stared straight back at me, like it had been waiting. It should have terrified me, but the strangest part, a tiny part of me, buried deep, felt relieved, like I'd finally caught him. The other me. Except that version of me didn't smile, didn't move, didn't flinch, just stared, and then, when I blinked again, so did he, back in sync, like nothing had happened. I showed Claire the video. Frame by frame, you could see it. Me blinking, reflection not. I paused it, rewound it, played it again. You see it, right? I asked. She nodded. Then she asked something that chilled me more than the video. What if that's not the only one? The next few days were a blur. I stopped sleeping, started keeping cameras running in every room. We closed every curtain, taped newspaper over mirrors, stopped answering the door altogether. And even then, we still weren't safe, because that's when the voices started. Not whispers anymore. They came through the vents, through the walls, sometimes from the inside of drawers or closets that hadn't been opened in days. They mimicked me, mimicked Claire. Sometimes even her dead mother's voice. Once, I heard Colin laughing on the other side of the basement door. But when I opened it, no one was there. Just Milo, growling into the darkness. On the third night, Claire woke up screaming, not from a dream. She was wide awake. "He was right there," she cried, pointing at the foot of the bed. "You were standing there." But I was asleep. You were, but he wasn't. His mouth was open, and he kept clicking his teeth. Just like the recording, she broke down in my arms. I don't know which one of you is real anymore. That broke me. I decided to leave the house that morning to get air, clear my head, maybe see if Colin was still alive. I told Claire I'd only be gone 15 minutes. She didn't respond. Just stood in the hallway, staring at me like she was trying to memorize my face. I didn't make it far. 2 blocks down, I saw something that made my stomach twist. A man was walking ahead of me, same height, same hair, same clothes. He turned at the corner, just as I did. I spit up, so did he. He crossed to the left sidewalk, so did I. When he finally turned his head, I stopped dead, because it was me. But his face wasn't right. It was stretched into a grin that didn't match the rest of his expression, like the muscles underneath didn't know how to smile. His eyes, flat, colorless, wrong. He raised a hand, waved, then turned and ran into the trees. I followed. I don't know why, but I followed. The woods behind Claire's neighborhood were thick, damp, full of old foundations and rusted out fences from forgotten houses. He weaved between them like he'd lived there his whole life. Eventually I lost him, but not before I found something far worse. A clearing, and in the middle of it, a hole in the earth, perfectly round, perfectly dark, no bottom in sight, surrounded by mirrors. Dozens of them, some upright, some shattered, some half buried in the dirt like tombstones. And written on the back of one of them, in black marker, "The first time you saw him, you forgot. The second time he learned your name. The third time." The third line was scratched out, violently, over and over again. I turned to run, but the forest didn't look the same anymore. Trees where there were none before. No path, no light, only fog curling up from the ground. And behind me, a voice said, "You should have stayed home. I made it back by sunset, covered in dirt, scraped up, wild-eyed." Claire didn't speak when she saw me, just stared. Then she said, "You already came back this morning." I blinked. "What?" "You came back. Said you forgot your phone. Took it and left again. That was 7 hours ago." I reached into my pocket. My phone was still there, charged, untouched. Claire stepped back slowly, picked up a knife from the counter. "Don't come near me. Claire, tell me something only you would know." My mind blanked. Because how do you prove you're you, when you don't even feel real anymore? That night, she locked herself in the bedroom. I slept on the floor, eyes wide open, knife clutched in my hand, and just before sunrise, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Then Claire's voice whispering from behind the door, "If you're out here, then who's in the room with me?" I ran, didn't think, didn't breathe, just ran to the bedroom. Claire's scream tore through the door before I even touched the handle. By the time I burst in, she was backed against the far corner, eyes wild, a lamp clutched in her hand like a weapon. The other me was gone, if he was ever even there. She didn't speak at first, just kept her eyes locked on me, like I was the intruder now. I stood in the doorway, not knowing whether to step in or turn and leave her alone. "I heard you outside," she finally whispered. "But you were here, too." I didn't know what to say, because every part of me wanted to deny it, but deep down, I believed her. We didn't sleep, just sat there until the sun came up, listening for footsteps, watching the hallway like it might breathe. When I finally left the room to grab some water, I found the front door wide open. Nothing had been touched, no sign of forced entry. But that morning air, it stank like wet soil and burnt plastic. And on the porch, in the exact center of the welcome mat, was a dead bird. Its wings folded like hands in prayer, its beak sewn shut. I took Claire to a hotel that day, didn't even pack. Just got in the car and drove until we found a place with no mirrors and a lock that clicked loud and hard. We didn't speak much. She held Milo on her lap and stared out the window, twitching at every shadow that passed. I checked us in under fake names, didn't use cards. Left the Jeeps off. I thought that would keep us safe. I didn't know how wrong I was. That night, while Claire slept, I scrolled through old videos I'd saved from the house, trying to make sense of anything. And that's when I saw it. In one of the clips from our bedroom, the camera pointed at the closet. Just still, dark footage. Nothing happening. But right at the 106:52 mark, the door creaked open a fraction of an inch. And a hand, my hand, reached out and waved at the lens. The video glitched. When the feed returned, the closet was closed again, like it had never happened. I turned off the laptop and went to splash water on my face. In the bathroom mirror, I saw him again. Not in the reflection, in the corner of the room behind me. I spun around. Nothing there. But the bathroom door had moved. Just slightly. It wasn't fully shut anymore. I stared at it for a full minute before opening it. No one in the room. But Claire was sitting upright in bed, wide awake. "You're not him," she whispered. I stayed in the armchair all night, didn't sleep. By morning, the hotel phone rang. I let it go to voicemail. Then my cell rang. Same number. Then Claire's. She picked up, on instinct, I think. I watched her face go pale as she listened. Then she slowly handed me the phone. I pressed it to my ear. Silence. Then the faintest whisper. "Why did you leave the door open?" Click. We left the hotel that morning. Tried 3 others. All full. Eventually we pulled into a motel on the edge of town. Sleazy, stained, the kind of place where you expect the weird stuff. But they had a room, and no questions. I didn't even ask the price. Just wanted walls and a lock. Claire fell asleep before sunset. I sat on the edge of the bed, holding Milo in my lap, thinking through every time I'd seen him. The other version of me, how it always knew where I was, how it always seemed familiar. And then something hit me. It wasn't following us. It was mirroring us. Every time we moved, it did. Every time we fled, it already knew where we were going, because it was us. I got up and turned off all the lights, sat by the window and waited. At 3:06 a.m., I saw movement in the parking lot. A man in a hoodie, hands in his pockets, walking from car to car, stopping at each one to look inside. Then he reached ours. He stared at the windshield for a long time, then turned, lifted his head toward our window. I couldn't see his face, but he lifted one hand, and mine knocking. I didn't move, didn't breathe. He didn't approach the room. Just stood there, hand poised in the air, like he was waiting for something. Then he smiled, turned, and walked away into the dark. I sat frozen for what felt like an hour. But the worst part, when I finally checked the room's front door, it was unlocked. In big red letters, someone had scratched 3 words into the wood: "Do not answer." We were supposed to be safe. New location, random motel. Locks, cameras, burner phones. The whole paranoia playbook. But when I saw those words carved into the door, "Do not answer," I realized this thing wasn't just following us anymore. It was talking to us, like it wanted to play. I woke Claire at sunrise, told her to pack, told her we were done running in circles. And for the first time since this started, she didn't argue. We left the motel in silence, took side streets until we hit the freeway, and drove for 6 hours straight. No music, no talking. Milo lay curled in Claire's lap, quiet but alert, ears twitching every time I looked in the mirror. Every so often, I'd check the rear view. No one followed us. No one we could see, anyway. We ended up at a rental cabin way out near the state line. Cheap, remote, the kind of place hunters used in the off-season. No neighbors for miles, no signal, no internet. It felt safe. That should have been our first warning. By the third day, we were still jumpy, but calmer. No signs of him. No phone calls. No dead animals. No whispers in the vents. Just us in the woods, and the distant sound of wind. We started to think maybe it was finally over. Then I opened the fridge one morning, and there was a note tucked into the carton of eggs. Written in blocky, childlike handwriting. I know where you are. I didn't show it to Claire. Just threw the whole carton away and told her the eggs were bad. I checked every lock, every window, every crawl space. The only thing I found out of place was the small vent near the floor in the hallway. It was open just slightly, like someone had been peeking out. I tightened the screws and shoved a towel in it. Didn't say a word. But that night, Claire couldn't sleep. Kept tossing, murmuring in her dreams. Around 2:30, she sat straight up and whispered, "Do you hear that?" I didn't at first. But then I held my breath, and I heard it, faint and distant scratching, like nails against metal, coming from the walls, the vents. We moved the bed in front of the vent in the bedroom, put towels in all the others. Claire asked if it could be mice. I told her yes. I didn't believe it, because the scratching wasn't random. It came in bursts, 3 quick scratches, then silence, then 3 again, like a knock, a pattern, like it wanted us to know it was still here. Next morning, we found muddy footprints outside the back door. Bare feet, too large to be mine, toes too long, wrong shape, and next to them, in the frost of the window, was a smear, a handprint, not pressed flat, dragged across the glass, like something watching us had turned and slid away into the dark. We didn't leave. We should have. But something about the cabin kept us there. It wasn't fear, it was exhaustion. We were too tired to run again, too beaten down to even know where we'd go. So we stayed. But we stopped pretending. We didn't talk about going home. We didn't mention normal. We just waited. That night, Milo started barking at the corner of the living room. Just stood there, growling low, staring at the floor vent. Then, without warning, he charged it, clawed at it like something was behind the grate. When I pulled him away, the screws were loose again, and stuck between the slats was a single tooth. Small, yellowed, human. I nailed every vent shut, used Claire's hairspray to fill the screw holes, covered the seams with duct tape. Then I did something I hadn't done. Since we got there, I pulled out my phone and turned it on, just to see if I could get signal. I couldn't, but I had one missed call from an unlisted number. No voicemail, no message, just a timestamp. 3:33 a.m., the exact minute I heard the first scratch. We didn't sleep after that. Just sat on the couch, Milo between us, waiting for the sun. When morning came, I made coffee. Claire tried to shower, and as the water ran, I heard her scream. I ran in, expecting blood or bones or something worse, but she was just pointing at the mirror. There, in the foggy glass, were 4 words written by a finger. "You locked me out." She broke down, started sobbing, kept repeating, "How does it know where we are? How does it keep finding us?" And I didn't have an answer, because it didn't feel like it was finding us anymore. It felt like it never left, like it was already inside. That night, I didn't sleep either. Sat by the vent in the hallway with a knife and a flashlight. Didn't hear anything for hours. until right around 3:30, when something whispered from the other side of the wall, "You're running out of rooms." The next morning, Claire was gone. Not missing, just not where I'd left her. She wasn't in bed when I woke up, wasn't on the porch. I checked the bathroom, the kitchen, even the closet. Then I noticed something strange. Her shoes were still by the door. Jacket too. So where the hell did she go barefoot? I found her sitting behind the cabin, knees pulled up to her chest, staring into the woods like she'd been turned to stone. When I called her name, she didn't respond. I had to shake her. Finally, she whispered. He was in my dream again. Her voice was flat, hollow. I asked her what happened. She just said, "He asked me why I keep lying to you." We didn't talk much that day. We just waited again. The cabin was dead silent. No birds, no wind, not even the usual creaks and pops of old wood. By evening, the silence felt pressurized, like something big was listening, watching, waiting to move. Around 5 p.m., the camera caught something. Yeah, we had one small battery, powered motion cam left. I'd set it up outside on a whim, aimed at the woods behind the cabin. When I checked it later that night, it had gone off 3 times. I watched the footage in reverse. First clip, nothing, just trees. Second, a deer, ears twitching, sniffing the air. Third, my hand clenched so hard around the camera I nearly broke it. Because in the third clip, there was someone standing at the tree line, just barely visible in the dying light, not moving, not approaching, just standing there, watching the cabin, watching us. I tried to zoom in, couldn't make out a face, but there was one thing that made my stomach drop. He was wearing a jacket, not just any jacket. Mine. Claire was pacing when I went inside. Milo followed behind her, tail low, head swiveling toward every corner. She looked up at me and said, "I found something weird in your bag." I asked what she meant. She held out her phone and showed me the pictures. My stomach turned, because I didn't take them. They were old photos, candids, of me and Claire. But not from this trip, not from anything recent. They were from months ago, a year even. One showed me at the gas station near our old place. Another, Claire sitting at the cafe by her old job. One of us on the bus, me half asleep, Claire scrolling her phone. All taken from a distance, some through windows, some through crowds. But none of them had been taken by us. I told her I didn't know where they came from, that I never downloaded them. Then I checked the metadata. Most of the images had no data at all, no timestamps, no file origins, except for one, a photo of Claire asleep in bed, taken from the foot of the mattress. Time, stamped 3:33 a.m. We started arguing. She thought I was hiding something, that maybe I knew more than I'd said. I told her she was being paranoid. And as we fought, Milo started barking at the ceiling. We froze, because the sound we heard next wasn't scratching. It was crawling. Something moving through the crawl space above us. Something heavy. I grabbed the flashlight and climbed up to the attic. Claire begged me not to, but I had to know. The hatch creaked open slowly. The smell hit first, like copper and rotting leaves. Then came the cold. The attic was pitch black. I scanned with the flashlight. Nothing, just dust, boxes, insulation. And then I saw it, a pair of boot prints in the dust. Big, deep, fresh. I followed them across the attic. They ended near the far wall, where a stack of boxes had been pushed aside. Behind them, a small hole, punched straight through the insulation. Inside, I found a bundle wrapped in plastic, old, yellowed, tied with string. I pulled it out and opened it. Inside were dozens of photos, all printed, black and white, every single one of us. Some dating back to years before Claire and I even met. One showed me as a teenager, walking home from school. Another, Claire at a park with her parents as a kid. Then one of us, from last night in the cabin, sitting on the couch, Milo between us, same angle as the vent. I brought the bundle down. Claire wouldn't even touch it. She just stared at me and said, "He's been watching us our whole lives." That night, The vents made no sound. The house didn't creak. But Milo didn't sleep once. He sat by the front door, growling low and steady, eyes locked on the hallway. And sometime around 3:30, I heard a click. The sound of the camera being triggered. Even though we hadn't moved. Even though there was no one outside. The camera took a photo. I checked it the next morning, and there he was, standing just outside the window behind us. His face still hidden, but this time, his hand was pressed against the glass, and he was smiling. We didn't sleep after that. Not really. We just sat in silence, watching the footage over and over again. That photo, his hand on the window, that crooked smile, it was burned into my brain. Claire kept whispering, "Oh, did he get that close? How did he get that close without us hearing anything?" I didn't have an answer. But I knew one thing: we had to tear this place apart. And start with the crawlspace. At first light, I got a crowbar from the shed and started on the floor. Claire tried to stop me, said it was better not to know what was down there, but I was done with pretending this was just weird or creepy, or maybe some guy playing games. This wasn't that. This was intentional, intimate. Whoever he was too close. It took half an hour to get the hatch open. Nails bent and popped out. Dust and bits of old insulation rained down. Finally, I lifted the board and revealed the crawlspace underneath the cabin. It was darker than I expected. Cold, and the smell, God, like wet dirt, mildew, and old meat. I went down with a flashlight and Claire stayed above, watching with wide, silent eyes. The crawlspace was bigger than I thought, maybe the size of a small bedroom. Low ceiling, packed earth. And in one corner, I saw something that didn't belong. A mattress, old, moldy, stained, right next to a pile of wrappers, plastic bottles, and a rusted-out lantern. Someone had been living down there for a long time. There were scratch marks on the beams above the mattress. Dozens of them. Like someone had passed the time carving into the wood with a knife or a nail. But what really got me? There was a stack of notebooks next to the bedroll, tied together with twine, and every single one was filled with photos. Notes, observations, about me. One entry caught my eye. It read, "She's starting to notice. Must be more careful." Another, "He dreams about me sometimes. I think he knows I'm close." And another, "I left the vent open again." He didn't hear. I climbed out of the crawlspace shaking. Claire didn't even ask what I saw. She just said, "He was underneath us the whole time." We burned the mattress, poured gasoline over it, and watched the flames rise in the cold morning air. But the notebooks, I couldn't bring myself to destroy them. Not yet. I wanted to understand what kind of person does this. Why? How long? That night we sat with Milo between us and kept the lights on, every one of them. The attic was sealed, the crawlspace boarded up, the camera pointed at every door and window, but we still felt unsafe, still felt watched. Claire hadn't said much since I came back up, but around 2 a.m., she finally whispered, "He wants you to see him." I think that's the point. I asked her what she meant. She looked me dead in the eyes and said, "I think he's trying to teach you something." That was when we heard it. Not a footstep. Not the vents. Not the camera flash. This time, it was something different. A knock. From inside the walls. 3 slow knocks. Then silence. Then 3 more. It came from the far wall of the bedroom. Behind the dresser. I moved it aside with shaking hands. Behind it, a small square in the wall I'd never noticed. Another crawlspace. This one inside the cabin. I opened it. The smell hit instantly. Rot. Earth. Metal. My flashlight flickered, but when it came back on I saw him. Not his face. Just his eyes. They were staring at me through a slit in the boards. Wide, unblinking. He didn't move. Didn't speak. He just watched me. Like he was waiting for me to say something. And for the first time, I understood he didn't follow me home. He never left. I slammed the crawlspace door shut and pushed the dresser back with every ounce of strength I had. Claire screamed. Milo barked so hard he nearly passed out. My hands were trembling like I'd touched ice, but nothing came out. No scrambling, no chase, just silence. It was worse than if he had attacked. It was planned. He wanted me to see him, just for a second. And then nothing. We didn't sleep. Again. This was the third night in a row we stayed up, haunted, exhausted, chewing over the same impossible truth: he was still in the house, living inside the walls. We called the police. Told them everything. Well, everything we could without sounding completely unhinged. They arrived, checked the crawl space and the vents, knocked on walls like it was a joke. Said they didn't see anyone. Didn't find signs of forced entry. They left after 2 hours with a generic warning: call us if he shows up again. Claire wouldn't go back inside. She sat on the porch wrapped in a blanket, arms tucked around Milo like a life vest. I went back into the bedroom alone. Back to the hidden crawlspace door. I opened it again. And this time, there was nothing. No smell. No eyes, no one. Like he'd vanished again. But something had changed. Inside the narrow space, something had been left for me. A piece of paper. Torn along the edges and yellowed with time. It had one sentence on it, written in charcoal or soot. Tell her what you did. I stood there, reading it over and over. I didn't understand at first. Tell who? Claire. What did I do? And then I saw it. Scratched into the frame of the crawlspace opening. You forgot me. But I didn't forget you. My stomach dropped. I backed out, heart pounding like a drum in my ears. This wasn't random. It wasn't a stranger. This was someone who knew me. And more than that, someone I had wronged. I didn't tell Claire about the note at first. I needed time to think, to dig. I found an old box in the attic labeled high school, photos, letters, yearbooks, and then, at the very bottom, a newspaper clipping I hadn't seen in years. A name I hadn't thought about in a decade. David S. Whitmore. My heart nearly stopped. I hadn't heard that name since junior year. He was the quiet kid. Always wore long sleeves, even in the summer. Walked with his head down. Sat in the back. People said he lived in the woods with his uncle, that he'd been homeschooled before transferring. Nobody ever talked to him much. Not even me. Until that one time. That night by the old reservoir. The one I'd tried to forget. I was drunk. We were all drunk. A stupid dare turned cruel. We left him there, alone, soaked, shivering in the dark. He never came back to school after that. Some said he moved. Some said he ran away. But no one knew for sure, until now. I showed the clipping to Claire. Told her everything. She didn't speak for a long time. Then she looked at me and said, "You think it's him?" After all these years, I nodded. I don't just think, I know. We packed bags, tried to leave, but the truck wouldn't start. Battery drained, wires cut, we were stranded. And when I went back inside to find my phone, there was a message written on the mirror in the bathroom. In smeared black suit. You left me in the dark. Now I live there. Claire was crying when I came out. Milo was growling at the wall again, low and constant. And then we heard it, from behind the crawlspace, a whisper, soft, patient. Repeating the same word over and over, remember. That night was the longest of our lives. Every creak, every groan of the old house felt like breath held in a stranger's throat. We didn't talk. Didn't sleep. Didn't move from the couch where we huddled together with Milo between us. We just listened. To the walls. And the thing behind them. It wasn't just the crawl space anymore. The sounds had spread. Now, they came from the vents, the floorboards. Even from inside the damn ceiling. Soft whispers crawling through the ductwork like spiders. And always the same word, over and over. Remember. Around 3 a.m., the lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then everything went black. We lit a candle. And on the far wall, behind the television, shadows began to move, not flickers from the flame, shapes. Walking. Watching. I got up slowly and approached. Hand shaking, I reached for the wallpaper and peeled a bit of it back. And that's when I saw it. There was something carved into the drywall behind it. Dozens, no hundreds, of tiny letters, like he'd been writing from inside the wall. I read the first line out loud. Claire gasped. It said, "You laughed while I cried." I peeled back more and more. Messages stacked on top of each other like confessions from a madman. "You watched me drown. You never came back. You told them I was never there." Claire pulled me back, tears in her eyes. "Make it stop," she whispered. "Please, just make it stop." But I couldn't, because something inside me knew this wasn't just about fear. This was about guilt. And the more I tried to forget it, the louder he became. We tried calling someone, anyone, for help, but the phones didn't work. Not the landline, not even the cell towers. Everything was dead. That's when Milo started barking again. This time at the ceiling vent. I got the ladder, climbed up, and shined my flashlight inside, and saw something that made my blood turn to ice. A face, pressed into the dust, covered grate, staring down, mouth moving, whispering, "Come see where I live." I nearly fell off the ladder. Claire screamed. The vent clattered as the face vanished into the dark. He was crawling through the air ducts now, like a rat, but somehow bigger. Too big. We knew we had to get out, on foot if we had to. We grabbed our bags, opened the front door, and froze. The porch was covered in muddy footprints. Bare. Human leading in circles around the house, but no sign of where they started, or where they ended. We ran back inside, locked the doors, and then the lights came back on. All of them. Blazing bright. Too bright. Flickering like a strobe. Then the radio in the kitchen turned on by itself. No music, just static, and buried under the noise, a voice. His voice, saying the same thing, over and over. "I was always here. You just stopped seeing me." Claire dropped to the floor, covering her ears. Milo whimpered and backed into a corner. And me? I stared at the vent again, at the grate now unscrewed, hanging loose, like something had crawled out. Then the TV turned on. No image, just black, and a single sentence appeared across the screen. "Tonight, I show you what you left behind." And then, the sound of footsteps upstairs. Heavy. Slow, not trying to hide anymore. I looked at Claire. "I have to go up there," I said. She shook her head violently. No, please." But I knew I couldn't run anymore. He wasn't going to stop. Not until I remembered everything. Not until I faced what I'd done. I grabbed the flashlight, started up the stairs. Every step felt like a countdown. To what? I wasn't sure. All I knew was this: whatever waited for me in the dark. It remembered everything. The stairs groaned like they didn't want me to go up. Each step pulled at my legs, like I was wading into deep black water. Claire stayed downstairs, clutching Milo like a lifeline. "I'll come back," I told her. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure it was true. The hallway upstairs was colder than the rest of the house. Not drafty cold, like a place the sun had forgotten. Every door was shut, except one, the last one, the guest room. Or at least, that's what I thought it was. I had walked down that hallway 1,000 times. But tonight it felt longer. Wrong. Like the walls had shifted, subtly, just to confuse me. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet in a pattern, almost like breathing, and then I heard it. A voice. Low. Gentle, almost kind. "You left." The door opened. I stepped into the room at the end of the hall. It wasn't the guest room anymore. The layout was all wrong. The walls stretched too far. The ceiling arched like the inside of a cathedral. But the wallpaper, it was from my childhood bedroom, the one I had in 2nd grade. Dinosaurs. Trains. That ugly mustard yellow carpet I used to hate. And in the center of the room, a bed. Small. Twin-sized. Sheets bunched up like someone had just crawled out of it. Next to it, a desk. My old desk. And on top of the desk, a photo. Framed in cracked glass, me. Maybe 7 years old. Smiling. But next to me was someone I didn't recognize. A kid. Frail. Pale. Eyes too big for his face. And his arm was around my shoulder like we were best friends. I leaned in, studying the photo. I felt dizzy, like I was standing on the edge of a memory I didn't want to fall into. And then, behind me, floorboards creaked. Slow, one at a time. I turned around and saw nothing. But the room was colder now. Breath visible cold. I took another step in. That's when I heard the scraping. Under the bed. I crouched, lifted the sheet, and saw him. Crammed beneath the frame. Smiling. His voice didn't match his mouth. It came from the walls, the vents, the photo. "You promised you'd come back for me." I stumbled back, knocking over the desk. The lamp crashed to the floor, shattering. The walls pulsed, moved, like they were alive. And then I heard the door slam shut behind me. Trapped. Inside a memory I didn't even remember making, he crawled out from under the bed. But it wasn't a child anymore. It was long, twisted. His arms dragged behind him, jointed wrong. He stood, his head scraping the ceiling, his face, still mine, still not mine. He pointed to the photo frame. "Say his name," he whispered. My knees buckled, because suddenly I remembered. His name, the friend I had when I was 7, the one no one believed existed, the one they said I made up. He lived 2 houses down, but one day he stopped showing up to school. His family moved out in the middle of the night, and when I asked where he went, my parents said, "You never had a friend named Daniel." That was his name, Daniel, and saying it made the room scream. The walls bled black through the dinosaur wallpaper. The window shattered inward, the bed caught fire, but Daniel just smiled. "No, you remember." He stepped toward me. "So let's finish what you started." I ran. Back down the hallway, the house shook like it was being torn from the earth. Claire was at the bottom of the stairs, screaming my name. I jumped the last 4 steps and slammed into her. We tumbled onto the living room floor, and the moment my feet hit the ground, the house went still. No wind, no creaking, no whispers in the vents. Just silence, like nothing had happened. Like it was all in my head, except for the burns on my hands, and the photo frame I was still holding. The glass was gone, but the picture was still there, and Daniel's smile was wider now. Claire helped me up. "I know him," she whispered, eyes locked on the photo. "I remember him too." I nodded. That's what scared me most. We both remembered now, and he knew it. The silence didn't last. It never does. Not with him. That night, after the room collapsed in on itself and left nothing but dust and that cursed photo of Daniel, I tried to sleep. Claire curled beside me, eyes wide open, like she was waiting for the ceiling to crack open and let something in. I clutched the photo in one hand, turning it over and over, hoping it might burn away in my palm, hoping I'd wake up and none of this would be real. But it was. And the worst part, now that I'd remembered him, he wasn't going to let me forget again. It started with dreams. No, memories. Twisted, stretched, and soaked in dread, but they weren't dreams, they were pieces. Flashbacks. Daniel and I in the woods behind my childhood home, digging holes. Not small ones, deep ones, like graves. But we were laughing. We were always laughing. Until we weren't. One night, I woke up screaming. There was dirt under my fingernails, real dirt, and something in my mouth. When I spat into the sink, it was mud. Black, thick, clinging mud. Claire just stared at me, whispering the same word over and over. "Where did you go?" We stopped sleeping after that. Coffee, adrenaline, and fear kept us awake. But the memories kept bleeding through anyway. The more I remembered, the more the world around us warped. Claire remembered too. She remembered a boy who followed us around the neighborhood. She remembered her parents telling her he wasn't real. She remembered the night she saw him, standing outside her window, even though we were hundreds of miles away from where we grew up. She remembered hearing him say, "Don't forget me again." Things in the house shifted. Walls where there shouldn't be any. A window in the hallway that had never existed before, now showing a pitch, black forest we couldn't see from outside. The television would turn on by itself. Static. Always static. And then, voices. Faint behind the noise. Sometimes they said my name, sometimes Claire's. Sometimes they just laughed. We tried to leave. Packed bags. Drove for the coast. Didn't even look back. But every time we stopped to rest, the same motel appeared on the GPS. The Pines Inn. It didn't exist. Not really. But we stayed there 3 nights in a row, in 3 different towns, and each room had the same wallpaper. Dinosaurs. Claire lost it after the second night. She stood in the shower for hours, scrubbing her skin until it bled. Said she could feel him underneath. I didn't argue, because I could too. Then came the boxes. They appeared on our porch one morning. Old cardboard. No return address. No markings. Inside the first, a pair of sneakers. Tiny. Scuffed. Size 3. I knew them. They were Daniel's. I remembered us tying the laces together and laughing as he tried to walk. Inside the second, a tooth. Cracked. Yellowed. Still bleeding. Claire screamed when she saw it. Because it was hers. She'd had that molar pulled out when she was 9. She hadn't seen it since. Inside the third box, a note. Written in crayon. 1 sentence. You left me down there. We burned the boxes. We buried the ashes. We tried to forget. But forgetting is what started this in the first place. The next night, the house changed completely. It wasn't ours anymore. Every door led to somewhere else. Claire opened the pantry and stepped into a school hallway. Our old middle school. I opened the coat closet and found a hospital waiting room, lit by flickering green fluorescent lights. The bathroom was gone entirely, replaced by a tunnel, dirt, wood beams, dripping water, the scent of rot. I heard Daniel laughing from the dark end of it, and then whispering, "Just one more piece." I turned around and the house snapped back to normal. Lights on, walls where they should be, except for one thing. The front door was missing, just blank drywall, and scribbled across it, in mud or blood. Couldn't tell which. You can't leave. Not until you remember everything. Claire broke down. She clawed at the wall until her fingers bled. I held her, shaking, whispering that we'd find a way out. But deep down, I knew the truth. We weren't trapped by walls. We were trapped by memories. And every one we uncovered gave Daniel more power. That night, I dreamed of the hole again. Daniel and I standing on the edge of it. He handed me something, a rock, sharp, heavy. Then he pointed, and I saw Claire, 8 years old, crying, bound at the wrists, mouth gagged with her own scarf, buried to her chest in leaves. I dropped the rock in the dream, but when I woke up, it was beside my bed, covered in fresh dirt. I didn't touch it, didn't even breathe near it. That rock, I knew it, not like an object you'd seen before, not like a vague memory. I knew it, the weight of it, the feel of it in my hands, the sound it made when it struck something soft, and then bone. Claire didn't see it at first. She sat curled up at the far end of the bed, arms wrapped around her knees, eyes locked on the bedroom door like she expected someone, or something, to walk in any second. I picked up the rock with a towel and carried it to the kitchen. I didn't want to keep it inside, but when I opened the back door, I saw nothing. No yard, no sky, just an endless hallway, tiled floors, buzzing lights, peeling walls, like a hospital maybe, or a school. But worse, something about it breathed. Like the hallway itself was alive and aware I was there. I shut the door fast and locked it. When I turned back, the rock was gone. The towel, I carried it and had been neatly folded and placed back in the drawer. Claire didn't say anything, but she looked at me differently, like I was slipping away from her. Or maybe she already knew I had. The house no longer followed rules. Doors led to nowhere or to rooms we didn't own. Furniture moved when we weren't looking. The television played videos of us we'd never recorded. One showed me sitting alone in the dark, whispering Daniel's name over and over again. Another showed Claire digging, in the backyard alone. I asked her about it. She didn't answer. just stood up, went to the sink, and started washing her hands. She did it for nearly 30 minutes. When I touched her shoulder, she turned around and said, "He told me we left someone else down there too." I asked who. She just stared at me, then said, "Men." That night, the whispering returned, louder this time. We could both hear it. It didn't come from the walls, it came from the mirror. Claire had covered every reflective surface in the house, but one we'd missed, the tiny one on the side of the old toaster. We both heard it, bending low to listen. The voice was low and raspy, like wind through broken glass. "You buried me in pieces." Suddenly, the lights in the kitchen flickered and went out. We were plunged into black. No noise, no movement, except the subtle creak of the floorboards right behind me. I turned slowly. Nothing. I reached for the matches under the sink and lit a candle. The light revealed writing on the fridge in smeared ash. First the rock, now the rope. We found it in the attic. Thick, frayed, covered in dust. Claire didn't want to touch it, but I did. The moment my fingers brushed it, I remembered. The attic, the night, the dare. Daniel had tied the rope to the ceiling beam, pretending it was a noose. He said it was for a game. Said we all had to do it to join his secret club. Claire went first. She just put it around her neck, laughed, and stepped off the chair. He caught her, of course. We all laughed. But when it was Daniel's turn, no one caught him. I saw it in a flash. His face, turning blue, the panic in his eyes, and the worst part, I didn't move. None of us did. We just watched. When I came back to the present, the rope was wrapped around my wrist. Tight. Claire screamed and yanked it off me. But it left a mark, a perfect ring of bruises, like a memory engraved in flesh. We didn't speak for the rest of the night, not until the alarm went off at 3:00 a.m. Not from our phones, not from the clocks, from the hallway, a school bell, the kind that signals recess is over and you have to go back inside. Claire whispered, "That was the bell from when it happened." I didn't have to ask what she meant. We were going to be dragged through every single forgotten moment. And if we didn't remember them all, we'd stay here, with him. Claire made a decision the next morning. We stopped trying to run. Instead, we followed. We let the house guide us. Every doorway a memory, every room a clue. We entered one door and were suddenly in the woods again. 3 children, a shovel, a hole. But something was off. There was a 4th figure, standing far behind the trees, watching. Not Daniel, not either of us, someone else, someone taller. Wearing a coat soaked in rain, face obscured, holding a notebook, writing something. Claire pointed and whispered. We weren't alone that night. I nodded, slowly, because I was starting to remember him too, and he wasn't just watching. He was making us do it. He was tall. That was the first thing I remembered. Not just in height, but in presence. He filled the woods like he didn't belong to the world, but to something deeper beneath it. The coat he wore was heavy and dark, soaked at the edges with rain or blood. I couldn't tell. His face was blurred, like trying to remember someone from a dream you swore was real. Claire and I stood in the clearing, watching our past selves dig. Daniel laughing, me hesitating. Claire biting her lip so hard it bled, and behind the trees him. Writing in a notebook, like he was recording it all. Was he real? Claire asked, almost too afraid to say it aloud. Is any of this? I whispered. The forest around us didn't answer, just held its breath. We stepped toward him. Past the children we used to be, past the laughter and the dirt and the old grave. As we approached, the sound of pens scratching on paper grew louder, until it was all we could hear. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Like the forest had gone silent, waiting for us to remember what came next. He stopped writing when we got too close. He didn't look up, didn't speak, but he held the notebook out to me, like he'd been waiting to give it back. I hesitated, but my hands moved without thinking. The moment I touched it, the world around us shifted. We were no longer in the woods. We were back in the house. Same room, same walls, but older, dustier, like no one had lived here for decades. The notebook in my hands pulsed once, warm and strange, like it had a heartbeat. I opened it. The pages weren't blank. They were filled with entries. Every one was a moment. Some I remembered. Most I didn't. July 9th, the first time he watched you sleep. July 22nd, you heard footsteps but blamed the wind. August 3rd, he moved your toothbrush, just once. August 11th, he followed Claire for 3 hours. She never saw him. August 29th, you walked through him without knowing. September 1st, the basement door opened itself. He was inside. Entry after entry, pages and pages of him. Not Daniel. The man in the coat. Claire leaned over my shoulder, her eyes wide. Who's been watching us for years? I nodded, but something else caught my eye. An entry dated only 2 weeks ago, April 5th. You found the rock. The game begins again. And the next, April 6th. Claire will disappear at 3:33 am. I slammed the notebook shut. Claire looked at me. What did it say? Nothing. I lied. But I saw the clock behind her. 3:17 am. I grabbed her hand and ran. We didn't know where we were going. Only that the house was no longer safe. It didn't matter that it was ours. It didn't matter that we locked the doors and sealed the windows. It belonged to him now. Every hallway shifted. Every door became a trap. Every mirror, a window to something waiting on the other side. 3:22 am. We made it to the basement, the only place that hadn't changed. The door groaned as we pushed it open, and inside it waited. Not the man in the coat, not Daniel, but us. 2 bodies. Cold. Pale. Eyes open and staring. Perfectly preserved, like they'd never decomposed. Claire screamed. I fell to my knees, and on the wall behind our bodies, scratched in frantic strokes. You already lost. 3:29 am. Claire ran. I followed, but the house was folding, walls crashing inward, floors twisting, lights strobing. Something was coming. We made it to the living room just as the clock hit 3:32 am. She turned to me and said, "Don't let me go." I didn't. But I blinked, and she was gone. I stood in the silence, the house still, the clock frozen. 3:33 am. I was alone. Again, the notebook lay open on the floor. One final entry appeared as I watched. The pen invisible but writing all the same. April 7th. You forgot what you did to Daniel. April 8th. You forgot what you did to Claire. April 9th. You'll forget yourself. It was always the silence that came first. The quiet that stretched on until it felt like it was choking me, wrapping around my throat. I couldn't remember the last time I had heard my own voice. 3:34 am. That's how much time I had left before I was truly alone. The house had already started to disintegrate. Its walls no longer steady, its floors no longer firm beneath my feet. The space was shifting again. Twisting, elongating, folding into itself like an origami nightmare. Claire had disappeared. I was sure of it, but I could still feel her presence. The house didn't want us to leave. It wanted us to forget, to be part of it. I stumbled into the hallway, the floor creaking underfoot, groaning like the house itself was alive. I knew where I was headed, the door to the attic. I'd always hated that place. It felt wrong, like the air in there was thick with secrets. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was the only place left where answers might lie. I reached for the attic door, and as I did, the walls screamed, not with sound, not with noise, but with a pressure, like the house was trying to push me back, to crush me with the weight of everything it had held. I ignored it. I turned the handle. The door opened, and the attic was not empty. There, standing in the middle of the room, was a figure. It wasn't Claire, it wasn't the man in the coat. It was me. No, not me. It was a version of me. Older, with eyes that had seen too much, too many things. I didn't recognize this version of myself, but I could feel the pull of it. The sense that I was somehow connected to it. Like it was a reflection of the things I was starting to forget. Its mouth stretched into a thin, knowing smile. And for a moment, It wasn't me anymore. It was something else. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. The figure stepped toward me, its hands moving in slow, deliberate motions, and then it spoke. You think you're escaping, but you've never left. You've always been here. The air around me shifted again, the temperature dropping to an unbearable chill. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut behind me. The figure stood now at the far corner of the room, watching. Its eyes, my eyes, bored into me. Don't you remember? It asked. Don't you remember the night you left? The night you thought you got away? I froze. It was the night Claire had disappeared. The house had made me forget. All these months, it had stolen pieces of me, chipping away at who I was until nothing was left. I was just a shell, a reflection. That was the trick, wasn't it? That's how it kept me here. It fed on memory. It fed on loss. It fed on the idea that I was never truly gone. I was only lost. Don't you see? The figure asked, taking a step forward. This is where you'll stay. This is where you'll always stay. I reached for the door, desperate to get out. But the figure reached for me first. It grabbed my arm. Pain shot through my body, an electric shock of searing heat. It wasn't physical. It was something deeper. Something that went straight into my soul. The attic started to collapse. The ceiling caved in, pieces of wood falling down around us. I looked up, and the walls, they were gone. The house was crumbling. The sky beyond had turned black, thick with storm clouds and shadows. And from within the darkness, the man in the coat stepped out. He was taller now. His face was clear, and he was smiling. Did you think you could escape? He asked, his voice deep and mocking. The figure holding my arm turned to him. Not yet, it replied, its voice strange, like 1,000 whispers speaking at once. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. The man in the coat stepped closer, his presence filling the room. The air was thick with the sound of something moving, something crawling just beneath the surface. It was too much, too real. And then the man in the coat looked directly at me. You've been here before, he said softly. You always come back. His words made my chest tighten. I had been here before. The man in the coat had been following me for months without me knowing. He had always been there, just out of sight, just beyond my reach, until now. I tried to push past the figure, to escape, but my legs wouldn't move. I reached out, my hand trembling, and I touched the wall. It was cold, alive. I couldn't breathe. My vision was blurring. The world around me was crumbling faster now. The sky was splitting apart. I closed my eyes. I had to get out. When I opened them again, I was back in the living room. The clock still read 3:34 a.m., but nothing was the same. The walls were still torn, the air heavy with dust. But now, there were cracks in the floor. The house was fading. And I was standing in the middle of it. The doorbell rang. It shouldn't have been possible. The house was falling apart. The world was falling apart. I didn't want to open the door, but my hand reached for the handle anyway. I opened it, and standing there was Claire. Her eyes were hollow, but she was smiling. I told you I'd be back, she whispered. No, you'll remember. I stood frozen in the doorway, staring at Claire. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears, drowning out the ominous silence of the house. Her smile, though familiar, wasn't the same. It wasn't her smile. It was something twisted, something wrong. For a second, I couldn't breathe. The weight of the house pressing down on me felt unbearable. I wanted to close the door, to lock myself away from whatever nightmare had followed me here. But I couldn't. I couldn't move. I told you I'd be back, Claire repeated, her voice eerily calm. It was almost as if she had said this line 1,000 times, rehearsing it in her mind until it had lost all meaning. And that's when I realized it. The house. It wasn't just haunting me. It was rewriting everything. Everything I thought I knew, about Claire, about myself. about what was real, was slowly dissolving. I stumbled backward, my legs giving way beneath me. The door swung open wider, as if the house itself was welcoming her inside. Claire stepped over the threshold, and I backed away, my chest tightening with panic. "Claire," I whispered, my voice trembling. "What's happening? What's going on?" Her smile deepened, but her eyes were hollow. There was nothing behind them. No recognition, no trace of the person I once knew. "You don't remember, do you?" she asked, her voice almost mocking, like she was the one teaching me something. "It doesn't matter. You'll remember soon enough." I shook my head, desperate for some kind of clarity. The house, the endless shifting, the nightmarish figures, none of it made sense. And now this thing in front of me, wearing Claire's face, was saying things I couldn't understand. "Where's the man in the coat?" I demanded. "Where is he? What does he want?" Claire's smile faltered, just for a moment. But when she spoke again, her voice had an edge to it. "You don't know. You've been asking the wrong questions." And then, without warning, she lunged at me. I didn't have time to react. The force of her body against mine slammed me into the wall. I gasped for breath, the air knocked from my lungs as I struggled to push her off, but she was stronger than I remembered. I could feel the room closing in. The walls seemed to be alive, reaching toward me, pulling me in. "No! Get off me!" I screamed. But Claire, if that's even who she was anymore, didn't stop. She whispered something under her breath. The words were nonsensical, like a chant or a prayer, but it didn't matter. Her hands tightened around my neck, and the world began to blur. My vision swam, everything spinning in a dizzying vortex. I was suffocating. I was fading. And then, as if the very air itself decided to exhale, Claire was gone. I collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, my hands clutching my throat. My heart thudded painfully in my chest. I glanced up, and she was standing by the door again, not touching me, just watching. "You'll see," she whispered, her voice almost a distant echo now. "You'll see what's coming. You'll remember." The floor beneath me cracked. A deep rumble shook the house. The walls began to bend again, twisting like they were caught in a storm. The house was alive. It was angry. And something terrible was happening. I tried to get to my feet, but the floor gave way beneath me. I fell into darkness. When I woke up, I was no longer in the house. The walls, the cracks, the pressure, it was all gone. The room I was in was unfamiliar, cold and sterile, a hospital room. I blinked, confused, as the scent of antiseptic filled the air. The harsh white light above me burned my eyes. I sat up quickly, looking around. No shadows, no twisted corridors, no house. Was it over? Had it all been a dream? But as I glanced around the room, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A figure standing by the window, facing away from me. The man in the coat. He turned slowly, his face hidden by the brim of his hat, but I could see his smile. "You thought you were free," he said, his voice low and almost pitying. "But you're still here." I tried to stand, to run, to do anything to get away from him. But my body wouldn't obey. My legs felt like they were made of stone. The man in the coat stepped forward, his footsteps heavy and deliberate. "You can't run from this," he said. "You're part of it now." The room began to distort, the edges warping like melted wax. The hospital bed disappeared, replaced by the walls of the house. The air grew thick again, heavy with the weight of something ancient and suffocating. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. My breath came in ragged gasps, and the room, the house, seemed to swallow me whole. The man in the coat loomed over me, his smile widening, and then everything went dark. I woke up again. Or maybe it was still the same waking. I couldn't tell. The walls were different now. They weren't the cold, sterile white of a hospital room anymore. They were dark wood paneling, worn and warped with age. The air was thick with dust, and the smell of mildew hung in the corners. I was no longer lying on a sterile hospital bed, but on something far less comfortable. Wooden floors, splintered in places, with the rough edges pressing into my back. I couldn't move. I tried, but the sensation of being trapped in this strange place, this strange, twisting house, held me in place just as it always had. No matter how many times I woke up, the house was always the same, always pulling me back in. I took a deep breath, my chest tight. The house. It wasn't just alive in a way that felt oppressive. It was conscious. It knew me. It knew exactly where I had been and where I would go. It had all started so quietly, so innocently. Just a creeping sense of being watched, a subtle shift in the air. But now everything felt invasive. Like the house itself was burrowing into my skin, sinking into my mind, finding the cracks in my memories. The walls creaked around me, groaning with age as if the house was settling, or maybe something else was shifting inside it. I could feel something watching me, its presence undeniable. And that's when I heard it. A faint sound. Whispers coming from the hallway. Low, indistinct, like people talking just out of earshot. I couldn't make out the words, but I knew deep down that they were meant for me, to remind me, to keep me from forgetting. I couldn't resist. I had to follow. I stood slowly, each step sending waves of coldness up my spine. My body felt sluggish, weighed down, like it wasn't quite mine anymore. But I had to move. I had to see what was beyond the door at the end of the hallway. Maybe I could escape this time. Maybe this time, I could find the exit. The hallway stretched out in front of me, stretching farther than it had any right to. The flickering light above me cast long, jagged shadows along the walls, and I could hear my footsteps echoing, too loud in the stillness. As I moved forward, the whispers grew louder. And then, a new sound joined them. Scratching. The sound of something dragging across the floor, slow and deliberate, like claws on wood. My heart skipped a beat. I wasn't alone. I turned the corner at the end of the hallway, my breath catching in my throat. There, standing in the middle of the room, was Claire. But not the Claire I remembered. She wasn't smiling anymore. Her face was slack, pale, her eyes empty. But she was holding something in her hands. A sharp, jagged object. It gleamed in the dim light, something sharp and unnatural. Her eyes locked onto mine, but there was nothing in them. Nothing human. Her lips parted, and she whispered, barely audible, "It's not over." I took a step back, my breath catching in my throat. The room around me started to blur, the edges of reality growing distorted. The walls seemed to melt, bending and shifting, as though the house itself was pulling me into a vortex. No, please," I muttered, my hands trembling as I took another step back. But Claire wasn't stopping. She wasn't moving toward me either. She was just waiting. Her eyes, though lifeless, held a terrible stillness. It was like she was caught in time, trapped in whatever loop this house had created. And then it hit me. The realization crashed into me like a wave, overwhelming and suffocating. The house wasn't just tormenting me. It was using me. It was taking everything I cared about and twisting it, breaking it down piece by piece. Every person I had known, every memory I had, was being rewritten. The people weren't real anymore. They were shadows, echoes of something that no longer existed. The man in the coat wasn't just some mysterious figure. He was the catalyst, the force that had set all of this into motion. He was the reason I was trapped in this place, the reason Claire, and everything, had been changed. And now, he was here. I turned, but there was no escape. The walls had closed in. The hallway was no longer a hallway. The house had reformed itself around me, enclosing me in a small, suffocating room. And standing in the doorway, his silhouette casting an imposing shadow, was the man in the coat. "You're still fighting," he said softly, his voice like a slow burn. "You can't escape this. You were always part of it. You're the last piece. I could feel my chest tightening again, my breath quickening. The air was thick. The house was pressing in on me from all sides. My knees buckled, and I sank to the floor, gasping for air. "No," I whispered. "No. I won't become part of it." But the man in the coat stepped forward, his presence suffocating. And then, for the first time, I saw his face clearly. There was nothing human about it, just emptiness. "You already are." I closed my eyes, trying to block out the sight of him, trying to escape the weight of the house that was slowly crushing me. But the darkness was consuming me, pulling me under. And then, as the silence stretched on, a voice, Claire's voice, whispered in my ear, "You can't wake up, not anymore." And I understood. I understood then that I wasn't just a victim of this place. I wasn't just trapped. I was part of it. I opened my eyes to the same darkness, the same heavy silence pressing down on me like an unseen weight. The air was thick, suffocating, and the sound of my own breathing felt louder than it should have been. It felt as though I had been submerged in some deep, endless void, unable to move or break free. The house, this cursed place, was alive. It wasn't just a structure, a building made of wood and stone. It was a labyrinth, a reflection of my own fractured mind, twisting and warping with every step I took. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with an unseen rhythm, as though the very bones of the house were aware of my presence, aware of my fear. But the man in the coat, he wasn't gone. He was still here somewhere, watching me. I could feel his gaze like a cold, invisible hand on the back of my neck, dragging me into this endless spiral. And Claire was a ghost, an echo of the girl I once knew, trapped within these walls, just like me. I stood, shakily, trying to gather my bearings. The room around me seemed to flicker in and out of focus. One moment it was dim, suffocating, and the next, the walls were warped, stretched beyond any normal proportions. I could hear the creak of the floorboards beneath my feet, the sound of something scurrying just out of my reach. I had to get out. I had to find a way to escape this nightmare before it consumed me entirely. But every time I thought I had an exit, the house shifted again, pulling me deeper into its labyrinthine heart. I turned, desperate for any sign of hope, and that's when I saw it. A door. It wasn't like the others. This one was different, real, in a way the others hadn't been. It stood at the end of a narrow, dimly lit hallway, its wood smooth and unmarred by the age that seemed to infect every other surface in this house. There were no shadows pooling beneath it, no eerie flickers of light. It was simply there. I approached it cautiously, my heart hammering in my chest. What was behind it? Another twisted room. Another dead end in the nightmare I couldn't escape. But no. Something about this door felt different. It was like it was calling to me. Like it held the answer to everything that had been happening to me. With trembling hands, I reached for the doorknob and twisted. The door creaked open, revealing a room unlike any other in the house. This one was clean, sterile even, too clean. The walls were white, the floor polished, the air crisp and fresh. It felt almost too bright, too perfect, like it belonged in a place far removed from this decaying mansion. But what struck me the most was the mirror. It stood against the far wall, tall and ornate, its surface reflecting the room with eerie precision. No distortions, no flickering, just perfect clarity. I walked toward it, drawn to it, unable to resist, and as I approached, my reflection stared back at me, but something was wrong. My eyes, once filled with fear and confusion, were now cold, distant, empty, dead. My heart lurched in my chest. I stumbled back, my breath catching. This wasn't me. This couldn't be me. But as I backed away, the reflection didn't move. It didn't shift. It simply stayed, locked in place, staring with those hollow eyes, and then it spoke. "You've always been here." The words sent a cold chill down my spine. I spun around, looking for something, anything, to make sense of what was happening. But the room remained the same, still and silent, its sterile perfection mocking me. You've always been part of it. The reflection continued, its voice growing colder, more distant. From the very beginning. I shook my head, frantic. No, I'm not like this. This isn't me. But the reflection just stared back, unblinking, unmoving. And then it smiled. The smile was slow, predatory. It stretched wider and wider, until it felt like the mirror itself was consuming me, swallowing me whole. The room around me began to warp, the edges of the mirror bleeding out into the walls, the floor, the very air I was breathing. The reflection no longer resembled me. It was something else. A twisted, distorted version of myself. You can't escape, it whispered, its voice now a chorus of voices, overlapping, unrecognizable. You were always meant to be here. I staggered back, my hands shaking as I fumbled for the door, desperate to leave, to escape. But the door was gone. The hallway behind me had disappeared, and in its place was a wall of blackness. I was trapped, alone in this room with nothing but the monstrous reflection staring back at me. I turned to face it once more, my legs trembling beneath me, and that's when I saw him again. The man in the coat. He stood just behind my reflection, his eyes dark and empty, like twin voids that swallowed everything around them. He didn't move, didn't speak, just watched. I couldn't escape. The house had won. It had trapped me in this mirrored reality, in this twisted reflection of everything I once knew. The man in the coat wasn't just an observer. He was the architect of it all. And I was the final piece. I told you, he said, his voice distant but clear, as though it was coming from all around me. You can't escape what's already inside you. The mirror began to crack. The shards splintered across the room, each one reflecting a piece of the madness that had consumed me. I tried to run, tried to scream, but the sound was swallowed by the silence. The house had already claimed me, and there was no way out. I couldn't breathe. The air had turned to glass, brittle and cold, shattering with every shallow gasp I took. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the broken shards of the mirror, but they didn't feel real. They didn't feel like glass. Instead, they were a strange, soft substance that dissolved under my touch, leaving behind a fleeting memory of something once solid. The man in the coat didn't move, didn't speak. He stood there, just outside the shattered reflection, watching as I faltered. His presence was suffocating, like a weight pressing down on me from all sides. Every movement I made seemed to sink into the black void behind me, as though the room had no limits, no walls, no escape. I tried to force myself to look away from the mirror, but the reflection, the things it showed, they were impossible to ignore. My reflection was still there, but now it was fragmented, like pieces of me spread out across the cracks, each shard showing a different version of myself. Some of the pieces were distorted, twisted in ways that made my stomach churn. Others were eerily familiar, as though they were images of a life I had once lived, long before this nightmare began. I looked away from the mirror, my heart racing, and tried to focus on the man in the coat. He hadn't moved an inch, but something had changed. His eyes, they weren't empty anymore. They were filled with something darker, something alive, and it was moving, crawling up my spine, curling into the deepest parts of my mind. You think you can escape? He finally spoke, his voice smooth and chilling, like cold wind on a winter night. You think you're just a victim in this place, but you're wrong. I swallowed hard, my throat dry as I stumbled backward. What do you want from me? I couldn't stop the words from slipping out, the fear wrapping around my chest like a vice. His smile spread, slow and unnerving. I've already taken what I need. I shook my head, my legs buckling beneath me. I had no control over my body, no sense of direction, no sense of anything other than the fear that churned in my gut. You don't understand, I whispered. You're not real. This isn't real. None of this is. A burst of laughter interrupted me, cold and sharp, like the crack of ice breaking. Who'sn't real? The man's voice echoed around me, bouncing off the walls. Tell me, then, how real are you? I froze, the blood in my veins turning to ice. The weight of his words crushed me. How real was I? Was I real? Was any of this? The air thickened, closing in on me as the edges of my vision blurred. The walls seemed to stretch and bend, warping like the reflection in the shattered mirror. The floor beneath me felt like it was shifting, like I was no longer standing on solid ground, but on something far more unstable, something that was pulling me toward the unknown. Suddenly, I wasn't in the room anymore. I was back on the highway. The one that had started it all. The one that had brought me here. I stood alone in the middle of the road, the harsh lights from distant vehicles flashing in my eyes as they passed. The sound of tires on pavement was deafening, but it didn't mask the sound of footsteps behind me. Slow and deliberate, closing in with each passing second. I spun around, heart hammering. There at the edge of the road was the figure I had seen so many times before. The man in the coat. He hadn't changed. He looked exactly the same, his dark coat billowing in the wind, his face obscured by the shadows, his eyes hidden behind the darkness. But I could feel him. I could feel the presence that surrounded him, the force that had been chasing me since I first saw him. You didn't think it would end here, did you? He asked, his voice low and taunting, just like it had been in the house. But now his words held a weight, a finality that sent a chill down my spine. You're part of this road, he continued, his steps dragging closer, his shadow stretching longer in the fading light. Just as you're part of the house. Just as you're part of everything that has happened. You are the pattern, the beginning and the end. I stumbled back, panic rising in my chest. No, I don't want this, I cried out, my voice breaking. I never asked for this, but he just watched it. Unmoving, as if he already knew what I was going to say, as if everything had been planned out long before I even set foot on that road. You don't have to ask, he whispered, so quietly I could barely hear him over the rush of wind. You were always part of it. The world around me blurred again, the road, the house, the man, everything melting into a haze of light and sound. And then, in the next moment, I was standing in a place I didn't recognize. The walls around me were black, smooth as obsidian. There were no windows, no doors, just a space that seemed to stretch on forever. In front of me stood a tall, dark mirror framed in gold. But this mirror wasn't like the others. This one felt alive. It pulsed with a dark energy that thrummed in my chest, and as I gazed into it, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Not my reflection, but a version of me. A twisted version. One that was older, gaunter, her eyes hollow and sunken, her face twisted into a grimace of pain and fear. And behind her, standing in the shadows, was the man in the coat. You've always known this was where it would lead. The man's voice echoed in the darkness, even though he was nowhere in sight. Through the looking glass, the reflection of myself in the mirror began to speak, her lips moving with words that felt alien, unfamiliar. Her voice was like a whisper, like an echo of someone long forgotten. You've been here before. You just don't remember. I reached for the mirror, trembling. I had to escape. I had to wake up. But the moment my hand made contact with the glass, I felt it. Something pulled me forward, dragging me into the mirror. The world around me shattered like thin ice, and I was consumed by the blackness. I don't know how long I was falling, but it felt like hours, maybe days. I couldn't feel my body anymore. I couldn't hear anything, couldn't see anything. It was as though the very air was a vacuum, swallowing every trace of my existence. Every thought, every fear, every memory was being ripped away. The sensation was overwhelming, unbearable. And yet, in that dark void, There was something oddly familiar about it, like I had been here before, or at least felt this sensation before. And just as that thought flickered in my mind, I hit the ground. I gasped for breath, scrambling to sit up, my hands pressing against the cold floor beneath me. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and decay, like the inside of a forgotten tomb. I blinked rapidly, my vision slowly adjusting to the dim light. I was no longer in the mirror. I was back in the house, but it wasn't the house I knew. This place was different, darker, twisted. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, the air thick with dust, and the silence was suffocating, the same suffocating silence that had enveloped me that first night when everything began. Only this time it felt wrong. It felt like I was not alone. I stood shakily, my legs trembling as I took in my surroundings. The place was silent, almost too silent. No creaks, no groans of the house settling. Only the faintest hum, a vibration that seemed to come from deep within the walls. Then I heard it, a low, guttural sound from somewhere in the distance. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, closing in. I turned to run, but my legs wouldn't move. No, I wouldn't run. I couldn't. Something was telling me that no matter how far I ran, it would always find me. It would always follow me. The man in the coat, the shadow that had been haunting me for months, was never going to stop. And as I turned back to face the doorway from which the footsteps were approaching, I realized something. It had never been about escape. The footsteps grew louder. I stood frozen, my pulse quickening, as I heard the unmistakable sound of boots scraping across the floor. Each step was slow, deliberate, but still carried a sense of purpose, like a predator closing in on its prey. The house seemed to grow darker with every passing second, the shadows stretching and contorting, as if the very walls themselves were alive, closing in on me. I turned, instinctively, to look for an exit, but there was none. There were no windows, no doors leading outside. Just the oppressive weight of the house around me, the darkness pressing in from every angle. I swallowed hard, my breath coming in short, shallow bursts. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and decay, and the walls seemed to pulse with an eerie, rhythmic hum that seemed to match the beating of my own heart. I was trapped. I turned back to the doorway just as a figure appeared in the threshold. The man in the coat. His silhouette was imposing, almost towering in the dim light, his face hidden in shadow, his eyes burning with that same hollow, unblinking intensity that had haunted me for so long. "You can't run," he said, his voice low and smooth, sending a shiver down my spine. Not anymore. I backed away, my legs trembling beneath me. My mind screamed at me to move, to find some way out of this nightmare, but my body refused to obey. It was as if I was rooted to the floor, my every instinct fighting against the invisible force that held me in place. "Why are you doing this?" I finally managed to choke out, my voice weak and trembling. "What do you want from me?" The man stepped forward, his long coat swirling around him as he moved. "What I want is already yours," he said, his tone cold, almost amused. "It always has been." I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead as the realization hit me. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "You don't understand. I don't belong here. I didn't choose this." The man's lips curled into a dark smile. "You think you didn't choose this?" he asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You think you haven't been part of this all along? You've been following the path for months, just like everyone else. Like the others before you. You've already made your choice." I blinked, trying to make sense of his words, but nothing added up. "What others? What path?" He tilted his head slightly as if considering me, then gestured to the room around us. "This house, the road you traveled, all of it is part of the pattern. You think you're different. You think you're the only one who's been dragged into this. You're wrong." A wave of dread washed over me, and I felt my knees weaken. this wasn't just about me. It wasn't about my fear or my struggle. It was part of something much bigger, something I couldn't even begin to understand. No. I breathed, stumbling backward. I didn't want any of this. I didn't ask for this. The man stepped forward again, his eyes gleaming with cold amusement. None of us do, he said, his voice now thick with an unsettling sympathy. But it doesn't matter, because it's already too late. Before I could react, the man lunged forward, his hand shooting out to grab my wrist. His touch was icy, sending a shock of cold through my skin that left me paralyzed. For a moment, everything went dark. The darkness swallowed me whole, pulling me down into an endless void. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. My body felt like it was being torn apart, stretched thin and stretched wide, as if I were being pulled into a place I couldn't reach. I could feel the pressure building around me, suffocating, pressing in on every side, and then, as if on instinct, I forced my eyes open. The first thing I saw was the house, but it wasn't the house I had known. Not anymore. It had changed. The walls were now slick with blood, the floor soaked in red, and the air was thick with the smell of rot. The lights flickered overhead, casting strange, shifting shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. The house no longer felt alive. It felt like it was dead, and yet it still pulsed with some kind of dark energy, as though it were still waiting for something, for someone. The man stood in the center of the room, watching me, his eyes filled with an expression I couldn't quite decipher. Was it petty, contempt, or something far worse? "You're not the first to come here," he said quietly, his voice now soft, almost sad. "You won't be the last either. This place, this road, this house, it's a cycle, a never-ending loop. You've all been here before." I took a shaky step forward, my feet unsure as I tried to process his words. "What are you talking about? What cycle?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he walked toward the far wall, where a large, ornate mirror stood, reflecting only the darkness of the room. "This is where it begins," he said, his voice distant now, as if he were speaking to himself more than to me. "This is where you will learn who you really are, who you've always been." Suddenly, I understood. I stepped toward the mirror, drawn in by its dark allure, but before I could reach it, the reflection shifted. It was no longer just my own face staring back at me. The house, the man in the coat, the long, twisted road that had followed me all this time. It all appeared in the reflection, as if the mirror itself was showing me something I hadn't wanted to see. The man's voice, now laced with something like sorrow, broke through my thoughts. "You will see it, sooner or later," he said, his eyes never leaving the mirror. "You'll see the truth of who you are, who we all are, the ones who are trapped here, just as you are." I reached out to touch the mirror, but the moment my fingers made contact, the world around me shifted again. The floor beneath me vanished, and I fell into a void of blackness, the echo of the man's voice trailing after me. "You can't escape the cycle," he called out, his voice growing fainter, swallowed by the darkness. And as I tumbled through the void, I realized he was right. There was no escape. I woke up, gasping for air, my lungs burning as if I had been underwater for too long. My body was heavy, my limbs stiff as I struggled to sit up. The world around me was a blur, dim light, twisted shadows, the familiar feeling of being trapped, but this time, the air was different. There was a suffocating weight to it, a heaviness that pressed in on my chest. The floor beneath me was cold, the ground hard like stone. Slowly, my surroundings came into focus, and I realized where I was, the basement, but not the one I remembered. This place was darker, far colder, and there were shapes in the corners, shadowy, indistinct forms that seemed to be watching me. I stood, shakily, and took in my surroundings. There were no windows, no doors. Just the flickering dim light of a single, hanging bulb. The walls were lined with shelves, and though they were empty now, I couldn't shake the feeling that they had once held something far darker. My mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened, where I was, and why I felt like I was drowning in a sea of suffocating memories. That's when I heard it again, the footsteps. Soft, slow, deliberate. Someone, or something, was coming. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. I could feel the presence before he even spoke, the dark energy rolling off of him like a cold fog. The man in the coat. Still clinging to hope. His voice was low, almost amused, but there was a strange note of something darker in it. Still fighting. I didn't answer right away. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could feel the air growing colder with every second that passed. He was close now, standing just behind me, so close that I could hear the rustle of his coat. "You don't understand," I whispered, my voice trembling. I just want to go home. I want this to end." The man let out a soft chuckle, the sound almost mocking. "Home." He repeated the word as if it were foreign, like something that didn't belong to me. "There is no home for you anymore. Not here. Not in this place." I turned to face him, my hands shaking. "What do you want from me?" I demanded. "What is this place?" His eyes gleamed, the shadows dancing across his face in the dim light. "This place is where all things are born, and where they die," he said, his voice low. A dark undertone of truth lacing his every word. "That is the beginning and the end of everything. You're part of the cycle now, just like the others before you, just like me." I backed away, but he was already too close, his presence overwhelming, suffocating. "The cycle?" I asked, the words feeling foreign on my tongue. He nodded, stepping closer. "The house, the road, the things you've seen, they're all part of it. A never-ending loop. You're not special. You're not unique. You're just one more lost soul who wandered into the cycle." My mind raced, the pieces of the puzzle finally falling into place. "You mean you've all been here before?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. You're part of the cycle, too." He smiled, a twisted, knowing smile. "I was once like you. I didn't understand, but I do now. And soon, you will too." Before I could react, the room around me seemed to shift again. The walls twisted, the shadows stretching and contorting like living things. The floor beneath my feet buckled, and I staggered, trying to regain my balance. Suddenly, the space around us was filled with the sound of whispers. Low, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to come from every corner of the room. The air thickened, pressing in on me, and I could feel my breath catching in my throat. "They're here," the man said softly, his voice carrying the weight of years, of regret, of something older than time itself. "They're always here." I turned, but there was nothing. Just the shadows, endless and shifting, the whispers growing louder, more frantic. Then, in the far corner of the room, I saw them. Figures, faint and indistinct. Standing motionless in the darkness, they weren't people. Not in the way I understood people. They were something else. Beings trapped in the same cycle, their forms twisted and broken, their eyes hollow and empty. They were the lost souls who had come before me, and they were waiting, watching. The man's voice broke through the haze of fear in my mind. "You'll join them soon enough. There's no escape." I turned back to face him, my voice shaking with a mix of fear and defiance. "No, I won't. I'll find a way out of this. I'll break the cycle." His smile widened, the darkness in his eyes deepening. "You can't break what was never meant to be broken," he said softly. "You're just a part of the pattern. Just like I was. Just like everyone else." I could feel it now, the weight of the truth pressing down on me. The house, the road, the man. The cycle, it was all one tangled mess. A prison, a trap that I couldn't escape. The others in the shadows were just like me. They had fought. They had tried to escape. And they had failed. But there was something else. Something in the depths of the man's eyes, in the way he spoke. He didn't seem like he was entirely in control. There was a vulnerability beneath his cold exterior, a desperation in the way he watched me, as if he, too, were waiting for something, hoping for something, and in that moment, I understood. He wasn't just the predator, he was part of the cycle too, a victim trapped in this endless loop just like the rest of us. "You're wrong," I said, my voice gaining strength. "I won't be a part of this. I'll fight. I'll find a way." The man's expression softened, just for a moment. For a split second, he almost looked regretful. But then, it was gone, replaced by the cold, familiar emptiness. "You'll see," he said, his voice resigned. "We all do." And with that, the room shifted again. This time, it was different. The darkness closed in, swallowing the house whole. And I realized that the final choice was mine. Would I break free, or would I become just another shadow in the cycle? I had made my decision. The air around me hummed with a strange energy, almost alive, as if the house itself was breathing, shifting, reacting to my resolve. The shadows closed in tighter, the whispers louder, but I no longer felt the crushing weight of fear. There was something else now. A sharp clarity, like a sliver of ice buried deep inside me, cutting through the fog of confusion. I turned away from the man in the coat, pushing past the icy tendrils of the dark that reached out to pull me back into the cycle. My heart raced in my chest, not out of fear, but out of the desperate need to escape, to break free from whatever twisted fate this house had in store for me. The basement stretched out before me, endless corridors of stone, walls that seemed to shift and twist with every step. I could feel the man's eyes on me, but I didn't turn back. I refused to look. His voice echoed behind me, distant and hollow. "You can't outrun the truth, no matter how fast you run." His words were like daggers, but they couldn't pierce me anymore. I was past that point. I had to be. I stumbled through the darkness, my footsteps echoing in the hollow silence, every breath feeling like it could be my last. The further I went, the colder it became, the shadows thickening, the whispers more frantic until I was swallowed by the darkness. I couldn't see anything anymore, no shapes, no forms, just the oppressive weight of it all. Suddenly, I stopped. I didn't know why. Something had caught my attention. Something in the air, a shift, a faint scent that sent a chill through my bones. I turned in place, my eyes scanning the shadows. But there was nothing. Still the sensation lingered, a presence, something, or someone, watching. And then I heard it, the faintest sound, a soft scraping, like fingernails on stone. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. Slowly, I turned, my eyes wide, searching the darkness. It wasn't the man, it was something else. The scraping sound grew louder, more insistent, as though something was slowly, deliberately moving toward me. The air thickened, the temperature dropping even further. My skin prickled, and my pulse quickened. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. And then I saw it, a figure emerging from the darkness, its form distorted, blurry, like a mirage. A face, pale and lifeless, with eyes that seemed to stare into me. Through me, straight into my soul. The figure stepped closer, its movements jerky and unnatural, like it didn't know how to move, like it was learning how to be human. The scraping sound grew louder with each step. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body wouldn't obey. I was frozen in place, trapped in the unbearable tension of that moment. The figure came closer, its features slowly becoming clearer. A woman, no, not a woman, not anymore. Her skin was stretched tight, almost translucent, as though it had been pulled from her bones. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, the pupils dilated, black as voids. I tried to speak, to ask her what she was, but my voice caught in my throat. She didn't move, just stared at me with those hollow eyes, her mouth slowly opening, as if she wanted to speak but couldn't. The scraping noise was now almost deafening, coming from her hands, her nails dragging along the floor. And then, in a voice that wasn't her own, that wasn't anyone's, she whispered one word. Leave. It was barely audible, but the force behind it hit me like a wave, a gust of cold air that sent a shiver through my body. I didn't know what it meant. Didn't understand what she was asking. Leave. Leave where? But I didn't need to ask. I knew. She was telling me to leave this place, to escape, to run, because whatever this thing was, whatever she had become, it was part of the same cycle. The same prison that had ensnared all of us. I took a step back, then another, my legs shaking as the figure continued to watch me, her mouth opening wider, as though she wanted to say more. But the words were lost in the air, drowned by the whispers that now filled the room. And then, before I could react, she lunged. Her body moved so fast, so violently, that I barely had time to register the movement before she was on me, her cold, bony hands grabbing my arms, her nails digging into my skin. I gasped, struggling, but her grip was iron, unyielding. You have to leave, she hissed, her voice now a guttural growl. You can't stay. Her words burned through me like a fire scorching my mind. I knew then that she was right. There was no escaping this. I was already part of the cycle, just like her. There was no leaving. Not for me, not for anyone. But even in that moment, a small voice inside me refused to accept it. A flicker of hope, no matter how faint, refused to die. With every ounce of strength I had left, I shoved her away, stumbling backward. My heart thundered in my chest, my breath ragged and desperate, as I tried to make sense of everything. The figure, the woman, slumped to the floor, but her eyes never left me. The shadows around her seemed to pulse, throbbing with an energy I couldn't comprehend. I couldn't stay here. I had to leave. There had to be a way out. I turned, running, not knowing where I was going, only knowing that I had to keep moving. The whispers chased me, the shadows clawing at my heels, but I couldn't stop, not yet. Not until I was free. I ran. Every footstep echoed in the hollow silence of the house, each one a desperate plea to escape whatever dark fate had been set in motion the moment I had stepped through the door. I didn't know where I was going. The walls closed in around me, each turn leading me deeper into the labyrinth. The darkness seemed alive, pushing against me, wrapping around me like a suffocating fog. I could feel the air thick with the remnants of countless souls that had been trapped here, their whispers mingling with my own thoughts, blurring the lines between reality and nightmare. I tried to focus on my breathing, short, frantic gasps as my legs carried me forward, pushing through the weight of my exhaustion. My heart beat erratically in my chest, a drum of panic that threatened to overtake me. But I couldn't slow down. I couldn't let up. I didn't know what was worse. The fact that I was being hunted by something I couldn't see, or the unshakable certainty that the thing I feared was already here, all around me, watching. Waiting. The walls seemed to pulse with a life of their own, their jagged stones vibrating beneath my fingertips as I pressed against them, searching for a way out, for an escape. But there was nothing. Just more darkness, more twisting corridors. I had to keep going. I had to. But then, just as I thought I couldn't take another step, I stumbled into a room. It was small, barely big enough for me to stand in, the walls lined with shelves that seemed to hold nothing but darkness. The air inside was stale, thick with the scent of something ancient, something decayed. But something was different here. The temperature had dropped even further, the cold biting at my skin, sinking deep into my bones. And in the far corner of the room, I saw it. A door. It wasn't a normal door. No, this one was different. Made of old, weathered wood, it seemed to pulse with a faint light, as if it held something inside, something alive. My feet moved toward it before I even consciously made the decision, drawn by some force I couldn't explain. As I approached, I hesitated. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. The whispers grew louder, but they no longer felt like voices. No, they were something else now, something far more sinister. I reached for the doorknob. It was cold to the touch, the metal slick and unyielding beneath my fingers. I twisted it slowly, every creak of the door seeming to scream out in protest. My heart hammered in my chest as I pushed it open, not knowing what awaited me on the other side. But when I stepped through, I was met with something I wasn't prepared for. The room was unlike anything I had seen before. It stretched out before me, impossibly vast, with walls that seemed to melt into one another, as though the very structure of the house had fractured. The floor was a patchwork of smooth stone and cracked, ancient wood, and the air was heavy with an oppressive weight, as if the entire space was holding its breath. And in the center of the room was a figure, a man, but not just any man. This one was different. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes were an eerie shade of white, void of any warmth or humanity. His body was thin, emaciated, his movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette whose strings were being pulled by an unseen hand. He stood there, motionless, staring at me with those hollow eyes. I could feel his gaze crawling over me, his presence pressing against me like a tangible force. "Why are you here?" he asked, his voice echoing in my mind rather than my ears. The words weren't spoken aloud, but they carried the same weight, the same chilling tone. "You shouldn't have come." I wanted to answer, to ask him who he was, why he was here, but my mouth felt dry, my tongue thick with fear. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. "Don't you see?" His voice filled the room, reverberating off the walls, each word sinking deeper into my mind. "You're trapped, just like the others. This place, it doesn't let go. It keeps you. Forever." His words twisted in my chest, tightening like a vice. The room began to shift again, the walls closing in, the air thickening, suffocating me with the weight of his words. "You've been running from it, haven't you?" he continued, taking a step toward me, his movements slow and deliberate. "From the truth, from the thing that follows you, from me." I felt a sickening lurch in my stomach. "What do you mean? Who are you?" He smiled then, but it wasn't a comforting smile. It was a cruel, twisted thing, one that stretched too wide, too unnaturally, like it wasn't meant to be there at all. "I am what you fear," he said simply, his voice growing colder with each passing second. "I am the thing that follows you, that has followed you since the moment you stepped into this house. I am the one who has been watching, waiting for you to break, and now you have." His words hit me like a blow. The realization crashed down on me like a ton of bricks, and for the first time, the full weight of my situation began to settle in. This wasn't just a house. It wasn't just a haunted place, a trick of the mind. This was something deeper, something far more insidious. This place wasn't just trapping me. It was feeding on me, feeding on my fear, my pain, my confusion. I could feel it now. The knowing presence that had been lurking at the edge of my perception for months, following me from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The figure before me was no man, no human. He was something much older, much darker. A manifestation of everything that had come before. A creature born from the very heart of the house itself, and he was telling me the truth. I was already too far gone. There was no escape from this place, no way out. But as I stood there, frozen in place by the weight of his words, something inside me stirred. A flicker of defiance, a spark of resistance that refused to be snuffed out. The fear was still there. Yes, but there was something else, something stronger. A drive to survive, to escape. I wasn't done yet. I wasn't going to let this thing consume me. I took a deep breath. The air thickened my lungs, and I took a step forward, my body trembling, but my resolve hardening with every passing second. I wasn't going to give up. Not now. Not when there was still a chance to break free. And as I moved, the figure's smile faltered, just for a moment. He hadn't expected this. He hadn't expected me to fight back. "You can't fight it," he whispered, his voice growing softer, almost amused. "You're already in too deep." But I didn't listen to him. I couldn't. I took another step forward. Then another, my pulse pounding in my ears, my heart thundering in my chest. I had to break free. I had to find a way out. And then, just as I thought I was too far gone, I heard it. A sound. Faint at first, like a whisper on the wind. But then it grew louder, clearer, until it was unmistakable. The sound of footsteps. Someone was coming. The footsteps grew louder, closer. My heart skipped a beat, the pulse in my throat a frantic thrum. For a moment, I froze. Was it him? The figure who stood before me, watching, waiting. The one who claimed to be the thing that had been following me all this time. Or was it something else? My breath caught in my chest as I turned sharply, my eyes scanning the room, trying to locate the source of the sound. The walls pressed in tighter now, as if the very house was alive, breathing, suffocating. The air felt thicker, more oppressive with each passing second. I could barely make out the outline of the door, the small flicker of light it emitted, casting strange, angular shadows across the floor. And then, as if summoned by the weight of my fear, the footsteps stopped. I turned back to the figure in front of me. He was still there, standing motionless. That unnatural smile still stretched across his face, but there was something different in his eyes now. A flicker of uncertainty, a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected this. He hadn't expected the presence of someone else. "You think someone is coming for you?" the figure asked, his voice low and mocking. "No one is coming. You're alone." But I could feel it now, the shift in the air, the subtle pressure of another force, another presence. I wasn't alone. Something was here, something other than him, something that wasn't part of this house, and it was close. I turned again, my eyes wide, scanning the dark, stretching room. The room seemed to distort around me, the walls bending inward as if to trap me in a shrinking, claustrophobic cage. And that's when I saw it. A shadow. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, just another illusion crafted by this place. But no, this shadow was moving. It was tall, slender, with long limbs that stretched unnaturally. Its form obscured in the dark but unmistakably present. And as I looked closer, I saw something more horrifying. It wasn't human. It didn't belong to this world. I stumbled back, my legs nearly giving out beneath me, as I tried to push myself away from the growing presence in the room. The figure, the man who claimed to be the thing that followed me, didn't move. He stood there, frozen in place, his smile widening as the shadow drew closer. "What is that?" I gasped, my voice a whisper barely louder than the pulse of panic in my chest. He only laughed, a hollow, echoing sound that resonated with the walls around us. "You're seeing it now, aren't you? The thing you've been running from all this time." I backed away, my feet scrambling against the cracked floorboards as I turned to face the door, but the shadow was closer now, its shape becoming clearer. It was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that seemed to stretch and twist in ways that no human body could. Its form was a tangle of long, spindly arms and legs, its head a distorted mass of darkness, with no features, no eyes, only a gaping mouth that stretched impossibly wide. It was coming for me. I had to get out. I had to. But just as I turned, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Cold, unyielding. It gripped me with a strength that left no room for escape. I froze. The figure, no longer just a presence but a tangible force, was behind me now, his breath warm against the back of my neck, his voice a harsh, distorted whisper. "You thought you could run. You thought you could escape. But you can't. Not from me. Not from what follows you." The shadow behind me growled. A deep, guttural sound that vibrated through the very core of my being. The air thickened further, and the darkness pressed in, suffocating, consuming. I turned back toward the figure, trying to break free from his grip, but his fingers dug deeper into my skin, and for a brief moment, I saw it in his eyes. Something dark, something ancient. A void that seemed to swallow everything around it. He was not just a man. He was not even human. He was the thing that had followed me. He was the thing that had haunted me since the moment I stepped into this house. And worse, he was part of whatever this place was. He was connected to the darkness, the shadow, the thing that now stood in the corner of the room, waiting for its turn. "This is what you wanted, isn't it?" the figure asked, his voice echoing with a twisted amusement. "You've been running for so long, but now you're here. You're mine." The shadow moved again, taking a step forward, its form blurring, shifting as though it was trying to pull itself together. And that's when I realized something even worse. It wasn't just after me. No, it was after all of us. My body reacted before my mind could process the danger, moving in a blind panic. I wrenched myself free from the figure's grip, pushing past him as the shadow lurched forward, its arms reaching for me. It was like a nightmare, the kind where you run and run but never escape. I sprinted for the door, not daring to look back, knowing that the thing behind me was closing in. The whispers of the house grew louder, suffocating, as though the walls themselves were mocking my every move. The door was within reach, but I couldn't tell if I would make it. One final stretch. The door was cold beneath my hand, the handle slick with some unknown substance. I yanked it open with all the force I could muster, the air rushing into my lungs as I stumbled into the next room. But when I stepped through, I realized something that nearly shattered me. The room was empty. Silent. It was no longer the room I had been in before. This wasn't the dark, shifting place I had just escaped. This was nothing, just more blackness, more emptiness. And at the far end of the room, there was another door. I stood frozen, staring at the door at the far end of the room, my mind racing, trying to process what had just happened. Where was I? I had run, I had barely escaped the shadow, and yet somehow I was back here, trapped in a room that was even darker than the one I had just fled. It was as if the very house itself had conspired to bring me back. The air was thick with an oppressive stillness, every breath I took filling my lungs with a sense of dread. The silence around me felt unnatural, too perfect, like the calm before a storm. It was wrong. The whole thing was wrong. I glanced back toward the doorway I had just come through, hoping, praying, that I could see the hallway beyond, maybe even the house I had just escaped from. But there was nothing. No hallway, no walls, no ceiling, just more darkness. I wasn't sure how long I stood there, my mind reeling, before the voice came. "You're not going anywhere." The words rang out from behind me, cold and menacing. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. I could feel his presence. It was like the air had shifted, thickened, until I could taste the fear on the tip of my tongue. The figure, the man who had been following me, hadn't left. In fact, it felt like he was closer than ever. I took a hesitant step back, my hand instinctively moving toward the door at the far end of the room. But I didn't move fast enough. His laughter echoed behind me, sharp and bitter, a sound that sent a shiver racing down my spine. It felt wrong. It was distorted, like a broken record that repeated the same thing over and over, never changing, never stopping. "You can't leave. You never could," he said, his voice carrying a haunting finality. "Not from me. Not from this place." I swallowed hard, turning to face him, my pulse quickening. The darkness around us felt alive, like it was pressing in on me, closing in from every angle. The figure stood there, that twisted, impossible smile on his face. But there was something new in his eyes now. Something darker, something ancient. I felt a flicker of recognition, like a memory I had buried deep inside my mind. One I couldn't fully grasp, and then it hit me. He wasn't just following me. He was part of this. Part of whatever this house was. The shadow, the shifting room, the constant sense of dread, it was all connected to him. To them. But the realization came too late. Before I could react, before I could even think about running again. The figure stepped forward. It was as if he had materialized from the very air itself, moving with an unnatural grace, faster than I could process. I stumbled backward, heart racing, panic rising in my chest. My fingers brushed against the cold metal of the door handle behind me, but it was too late. The figure's hand shot out, gripping my arm with a force that made my bones ache. I gasped, trying to pull away, but it was no use. "You're not leaving?" He repeated, his voice a rasp now, as though something deeper was creeping into his words. The world around me began to distort again, as if the room was warping, folding in on itself. The darkness twisted, contorted, and then, a loud crash. It echoed through the space, sharp and jarring. I whipped around, my breath catching in my throat, and saw something that made my blood run cold. The shadow was back. It wasn't just lurking in the corner now. It was moving. Slowly at first, but with purpose, each movement making the air seem to vibrate with its presence. The limbs stretched impossibly long, thin and spindly, with jagged edges that tore through the air like claws. It was taller than before, towering over me, its dark, shapeless form coiling like smoke, stretching toward the ceiling. I could feel its gaze, though it had no eyes. I could feel it watching me, waiting for the right moment. The figure, still gripping my arm, turned toward the shadow with a look of something like reverence or fear. It was a look I didn't expect to see on his face. He, who had been so confident, so sure of himself, now seemed small in comparison to the thing that loomed before us. "You shouldn't have come," the figure muttered, almost to himself. "You never should have come back." I shook my head, trying to break free from his grip, my body trembling as I struggled against him. The shadow continued to move closer, its form now filling the space between us, its presence overwhelming, suffocating. Suddenly, the figure's grip tightened, and he twisted me around to face the door once more. "You think you can leave?" His voice was sharp, angry. "No one leaves here, not once they've been claimed." The door, the one I had been so desperate to reach, was no longer just a door. It was something else, something darker. It began to shift, the wood warping, the metal handle twisting and bending in on itself like it was being consumed by the darkness. The door was no longer a way out. It was just another part of the trap. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my mouth. The shadow's limbs reached out for me, curling like tendrils of black smoke, closing in from all sides. The figure grinned, his smile now twisted into something unrecognizable. "You're already part of it?" he whispered, his breath hot against my ear. "The house, the shadow, the darkness, it's all the same now. You're one of us." The air thickened, and I could feel the walls pressing in. The room felt smaller, suffocating. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. The world around me spun, darkness closing in from every direction. I was trapped, and there was nowhere left to run. I couldn't breathe. My chest felt tight, as if the air had turned to lead, and my heart pounded in my ears like the relentless thrum of a drum. The walls of the room, if you could even call them that, felt like they were closing in on me, the darkness pressing harder with every passing second. The shadow was so close now. I could almost feel it seeping into my skin, dragging its cold fingers through my veins. I wasn't just trapped in a room anymore. I was trapped in this place, this house. The figure still held my arm, his grip unyielding, as if his very touch was a chain that bound me to this nightmare. His eyes, if you could even call them that, were hollow, like black holes that swallowed everything they looked at, and that smile, oh, that smile, was stretched unnaturally wide, pulling the skin of his face so tight it looked like it might tear open at any moment. I wanted to scream. I wanted to shout for help, for anyone, but no sound came. The air around me was thick with something I couldn't name, a weight that seemed to suppress every instinct I had to survive. All I could do was stand there, frozen, as the shadow loomed closer, its tendrils reaching for me like the fingers of some ancient, malevolent god. "You're already one of us," the figure whispered again, his voice low and sinister. "And now, you'll never leave." His words were like a spell, pulling at something deep inside me. A sense of doom washed over me, filling me with a kind of dread that seemed to penetrate my very soul. I could feel the shadow pressing in from every side, its presence suffocating, crushing. But there was something else beneath it all. A flicker of understanding, something I hadn't realized until that moment. I wasn't just being hunted. I wasn't just a victim of this place. I had brought this on myself. I thought back to the beginning of all of this. The first time I'd seen him, the figure who had been following me. How I had brushed it off as nothing more than a fleeting, irrational fear. How I had ignored the warnings. The things that didn't add up, the way the shadows always seemed to stretch just a little too far. How, every time I turned around, it felt like I wasn't alone. I had been running from him for months. I thought I could escape. I thought if I just kept moving, kept running, I could outrun whatever was chasing me. But I was wrong. I had never been running away. I had been running toward this. This house. This endless, suffocating place that twisted everything it touched. I hadn't been a victim. I had been chosen. The realization hit me like a cold slap to the face. This house wasn't just some place. It wasn't just a haunted ruin or a cursed relic. It was alive. It had been waiting for me. The figure. The shadow. The house itself. They were all connected. They had been following me long before I even knew what was happening, and I had been walking into their trap every step of the way. "You can't run anymore," the figure continued, his voice an echo of the growing madness around us. "You should have known. You should have stayed away. But now," he let the sentence hang in the air, thick with meaning. The shadow's limbs stretched toward me, wrapping around my legs, pulling me down toward the cold, jagged floor. I could feel its touch now, the cold, clammy sensation creeping up my skin, like it was crawling under my flesh. "I'm sorry," I whispered, not sure if I was talking to the figure, to the shadow, or to myself. I wasn't even sure I meant it, but there was no time to apologize, no time to reflect. The figure stepped closer, his eyes now glowing with a faint, unsettling light. The smile on his face grew wider, more twisted, as if the sheer act of tormenting me brought him a perverse sense of joy. "You never had a choice," he said softly, his voice now a growl, vibrating with the power of something ancient, something wrong. "You were always going to end up here. You think you can fight it. You can't." I tried to pull away, but my legs were bound by the shadow, my feet sinking into the cold, dark ground beneath me. It was like the floor had become liquid, a tar-like substance that sucked me deeper with every movement. I struggled harder, my breath coming faster, my mind racing with thoughts of escape, of any way to get out. And then I saw it, a flicker of light. At first it was so small I thought I had imagined it. But it was real, a soft, glowing light, like a distant star. It hovered just beyond the reach of the shadow, just beyond the door that had warped and twisted into something unrecognizable. It was a way out. My heart skipped a beat. This was my chance. "Get off me!" I screamed, my voice breaking through the silence of the room. I twisted my body with everything I had left, yanking my arm free from the figure's grasp. For a moment, the figure hesitated. His eyes flickered toward the light, a flash of uncertainty crossing his face. And that was all the time I needed. I ran. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I just ran, my feet slipping on the shifting ground, my breath ragged in my chest. I didn't dare look back. I could feel the shadow closing in, hear the figure's laughter echoing behind me, but I kept running. I reached the light, I didn't care what it was. I didn't care if it was another trap or if it was something worse. I just knew it was my only chance. The moment my fingers touched the light, everything changed. The darkness vanished. The room fell away. The oppressive weight lifted. I was no longer in the house. No longer trapped. But when I opened my eyes, the world wasn't what it seemed. The light had led me to something else. Something far worse. The air was different now. It wasn't heavy, as it had been in the house. But it felt charged with something else. Something intangible and unsettling. I stood in the middle of what seemed like an empty street, but there was something wrong about it. The buildings on either side of me were silent, their windows dark. There were no sounds of cars, no chatter from people on the sidewalks. The streetlights flickered dimly, casting long, thin shadows that stretched and swayed like ghosts in the periphery of my vision. I spun around, my heart racing. The light had led me here, but it was not the escape I had hoped for. The landscape was wrong. Everything was wrong. I looked up at the sky. It was dark, overcast with swirling clouds that seemed to pulse with a low, ominous hum. Like the sky itself was alive, like it was watching me. A soft breeze blew across the street, but instead of feeling refreshing, it carried with it a scent that made my stomach churn. A sickly sweet odor, like something had died long ago and was now rotting under the weight of time. My skin prickled, my senses on high alert. This place, it wasn't real. I could feel it deep in my bones. The street was abandoned, not a single person in sight, but I could feel eyes on me, watching. I turned again, my mind racing. Was this another layer of the house? Had I truly escaped? Or had I been pulled deeper into whatever nightmare this place had become? I stepped forward, my feet hesitant on the cracked pavement. Each step felt wrong, like the ground beneath me was reluctant to accept my weight. I could hear my own footsteps, echoing louder than they should have been in the stillness. "Are you lost?" The voice came from behind me. It was soft, too soft, like a whisper that scraped across my ears with an eerie edge. I spun around, my pulse quickening. There, standing in the shadows of an alley, was a figure. At first, I thought it was him, the man who had been following me all this time. But as I focused, I realized this was different. This figure was unfamiliar. The person was tall, wearing a tattered cloak that seemed to hang off them in loose, uneven folds. The hood was up, obscuring most of their face, but I could still see the glint of something shiny under the fabric, reflecting faintly in the dim light. A necklace, maybe. But the most unsettling thing about this figure wasn't their appearance. It was the way they stood, motionless, unnervingly still. Their presence felt wrong, as if they didn't belong in this world, as if they were waiting. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Instead, I took a step back, my instincts telling me to run, but I was frozen in place. The figure's posture shifted, and I could sense something darker in the air, something hungry. "Don't be afraid," the figure said, the words almost a command. But it didn't work. Fear shot through me like an electric current. "I'm not lost," I finally managed to say, my voice shaking. "Where am I?" The figure tilted their head to the side, as if contemplating my question. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sudden motion, the figure stepped into the light, and I could see their face. But there was nothing there. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just an empty, featureless face, a smooth, pale surface that reflected the light around us like polished marble. I staggered back, my stomach lurching with a wave of nausea. The figure spoke again, their voice now chilling in its clarity. "This is the space between," they said softly. "The place where those who linger, those who refuse to let go, are trapped." My heart slammed in my chest. I couldn't breathe. "Linger," I repeated, my voice barely a whisper. "Trapped? I don't understand. What do you mean?" The figure's head tilted again like a bird studying its prey. "You've been marked," they said. Just like all the others who wander here, they can't leave. And neither can you. I felt the blood drain from my face. The figure took a step closer, their presence suddenly overwhelming. You tried to escape, they continued, but the house, it doesn't let go so easily. Not unless you give it what it wants. What does it want? I breathed, the words like a plea. The figure stepped into the shadows again, the sound of their footsteps barely audible as they melted into the darkness of the alley. For a moment, everything was still. Too still. Then, the figure's voice echoed from somewhere in the distance. Your soul, they said softly, like a lullaby, that always takes what it needs. I was paralyzed, every muscle in my body screaming to run, but I couldn't move. My mind was racing, trying to understand what they meant, what was happening. The air felt heavier now, pressing down on me like a blanket of suffocating weight. I had come here seeking escape, but now it was clear. There was no escape. I wasn't free. I never would be. The shadow had been right. The house had always been after me, and now it had its prize. I took one last look around the abandoned street, my heart sinking with the hopeless realization that I was lost in this world. I had crossed a line, stepped into a place that didn't belong to anyone from my world, a place that would never let me go. The figure's voice came again, more distant now, like a soft echo carried by the wind. Don't worry, they said. You're not alone. And for the first time, I felt the true weight of their words, because I wasn't alone. Not anymore. The silence around me felt heavier now, more oppressive than it had ever been before. I couldn't see the figure anymore, but I knew it was still out there, watching me from somewhere in the darkness. The sense of being observed, of being hunted, pressed against my chest like an invisible hand, and the weight of it was suffocating. The air was thicker, as though I was breathing underwater, each inhalation more labored than the last. It was as though the world around me was holding its breath, waiting for something. But I couldn't figure out what. I had to get out of here. My mind screamed for me to run, to escape, but where could I go? There was nowhere left to go. The street stretched out before me, but it felt endless, as though the further I walked, the farther I moved from anything familiar. There were no landmarks, no signs, no paths leading back to where I had come from. I turned in a slow circle, the darkness closing in around me. My pulse thrummed in my ears as I strained my eyes, searching for any sign of movement. But it was all the same. Empty street, flickering lights, silent buildings. The world felt like it was held together by fraying threads, on the verge of unraveling at the slightest touch. Why are you still here? The voice came again, distant, like a whisper carried on the wind, but this time, there was something different in it. A sharpness, an edge that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. It was the figure. They had to be close, closer than before. Why do you linger? The voice asked, the words echoing in the stillness, like they were coming from all directions at once. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. I'm not staying, I said, my voice hoarse, shaky. I'm leaving. I just need to. A cold laugh cut me off, cruel and empty. Leaving. The figure's voice was full of dark amusement. You don't leave. Not once you've entered this place. You never leave. Not unless... The words trailed off, leaving a sickening sense of dread in their wake. I felt my stomach twist, the fear spreading from my chest to my limbs, making my entire body tremble. Not unless what? I whispered, my voice barely audible. But the figure didn't answer. There was only a soft, unsettling silence that pressed in around me, thickening like fog. I couldn't see them, couldn't hear them anymore, but I could feel their presence. The weight of it hanging in the air like a storm about to break. And then I felt it. A hand, cold, clammy, and impossibly still, grazed my shoulder. I spun around, but there was nothing there. The street remained empty, silent. My heart was racing, my breath shallow and erratic, but I forced myself to take a step forward, then another. My feet felt like lead, dragging me through the unnerving stillness of the street. I had no destination in mind, only the desperate need to move, to escape the feeling that something was creeping behind me, just out of sight. But with each step, the sense of dread grew. It wasn't just the figure. It wasn't just the darkness. It was something else. Something older, something deeper. I could feel it in my bones, in the very air around me. The presence of something ancient, something that had been here long before I arrived, and would remain long after I was gone. And then I heard it, the softest of whispers, like a breath, just behind my ear. "You're not alone." The voice was like ice, freezing my blood. I spun again, faster this time, but there was nothing there. The street remained as empty and desolate as before, but I knew that I wasn't alone. I could feel them now, feel their presence. 1,000 eyes watching me from the shadows. Suddenly, the streetlights flickered, casting the world into brief flashes of darkness. In those moments, the emptiness seemed to shift, to warp, and I could see them. Figures standing motionless in the corners of my vision. Faces with no features, figures with no bodies, all watching, waiting. The ones who linger. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. It was as if the street itself had turned against me, the ground shifting underfoot, the pavement turning to thick, sticky mud. Every step I took felt heavier, as though something was pulling me back, dragging me into the depths of the shadows. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, more insistent. "You can't leave," they said, the voices blending together in a cacophony of despair. "You will stay. You will never leave." Terror clawed at my chest, but I couldn't escape. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The shadows closed in, the figures becoming clearer, their shapes taking on grotesque forms. Limbs too long, faces twisted in eternal screams. They were everywhere now, surrounding me, reaching for me with skeletal hands that stretched impossibly far. And then, from the darkness, a voice I knew, a voice that had followed me since the beginning, spoke. "You were always meant to stay," it said, a low growl that rattled my bones. "And now, you are mine." I looked up in horror. There, standing in the center of the street, was the man, the one who had been following me all this time. His eyes were wide, his mouth stretched into a grin that was too wide, too cruel. "No," I whispered, but the words felt hollow. There was no escape, no hope left. The figures were closing in, their hands outstretched, their hollow eyes burning with hunger. I had tried to run. I had tried to escape, but it was all in vain. There was no way out, not now, not ever. And as the darkness consumed me, as the figures closed in, I realized one final, terrible truth. The house had never let me go. It had only waited. Waited until I was ready to join the others, the ones who lingered. I don't know how long it's been. Time has lost its meaning here, in the thick, suffocating darkness. The figures surround me now, whispering, calling to me in voices that once sounded like my own. I can't tell where they end and I begin, if I am one of them now, if I have always been one of them. The man, the one who followed me for so long, stands at the center of this twisted tableau, his smile still stretching unnaturally wide, his eyes gleaming with a predatory delight. "You're home now," he says, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. His words echo in my mind, bouncing off the walls of this new place. I want to scream, but I can't. I can't do anything anymore. Not really. Home. The word feels wrong now, warped in a way that sends chills down my spine. This isn't home. This can't be home. But it doesn't matter. The more I think about it, the less I feel like I can argue. The truth has a way of settling in your bones. No matter how hard you try to push it away. I've been here before. In this place, with these figures. In this nightmarish version of a street I once knew. There's a sickening familiarity to it, as though I've lived 1,000 lifetimes inside this world, trapped in its endless cycle. Each moment is a fragment of something that has already happened, and every step I take seems to lead me in circles. I try to look at the others, those who linger, those who stay, but my eyes refuse to focus on them. Their shapes are blurry, like figures seen through a fogged glass, and the closer I get to them, the harder it is to make out their features. Are they human? Are they something else? I can't tell anymore. One of them steps closer, and I feel a jolt of panic. Its shape is tall, impossibly thin, and its limbs stretch at angles that shouldn't be possible. I try to step back, but my legs are stiff, heavy. The figure's face, or what passes for one, is featureless, an empty void where eyes should be, where a mouth should be. It moves toward me with an eerie grace, its feet making no sound on the ground. Don't be afraid. It whispers, and its voice is a strange, hollow thing, the kind of sound that seems to vibrate in your chest rather than your ears. You will be like us soon, just like him. My heart races. I know what it's saying. I know what it means. I'm not the first. I won't be the last. The others begin to stir, shifting in the darkness, their movements slow but deliberate. I'm surrounded now, trapped in a web of figures, all of them silent except for their whispers. Endless whispers that pull at the edges of my mind, gnawing at the corners of my sanity. The man steps forward then, his grin widening impossibly. "It's time," he says, his voice deepening, twisting with something dark, something ancient. "You've been waiting for this moment? Whether you knew it or not, you're one of us now." His words hang in the air, and I feel them settling into my chest, sinking like stones. I want to fight back. I want to scream, to run, but something inside me, something deep within my bones, tells me I can't. I won't, because I'm already here. I'm already one of them. The figure with the blank face reaches out with long, clawed fingers, and I can't help but flinch. It places a hand on my shoulder, its touch cold and smooth, like ice. "You're one of the ones who stay," it says, its voice more like a hiss now. "You belong here, with us." A scream bubbles up in my throat, but it's swallowed by the thick air around me. I open my mouth, but no sound escapes. My voice has been stolen from me. My body feels heavy, sluggish, as though the weight of all these years, of all the time I've spent in this place, is finally catching up to me. The man takes another step forward, and his eyes glint with something too bright, too sharp. "You think you can leave?" he asks, his voice like a blade cutting through the stillness. "There's no leaving this place. Not anymore. You're part of it now. You'll never leave. Not unless we allow it." His words twist in the air, knotting around me like chains. The other figures are closing in now, their faces still featureless, their eyes nothing but empty voids. But I feel them. I feel their eyes on me, watching, waiting. I am the prey. I always have been. I try to fight to move, but the weight of their gazes holds me in place. The world around me begins to bend, to warp. The street that I thought I knew, the one that I had tried so desperately to escape, shifts beneath my feet, its edges fraying, its lights flickering out one by one. I'm losing myself. The man's laughter fills the air, low and guttural, echoing off the walls of this shifting, fading place. "You're one of us," he repeats, his voice like a prayer. "You're home. Home." The word feels like a curse now, a lie wrapped in sweet promises. But I know, deep down, that I am trapped. There's no escape from this place, not anymore. The figures close in around me, their hands reaching out with a hunger that never ends. I've been here before, and I will be here forever. And as the darkness takes me, I understand the truth. I am no longer the one who followed. I am the one who stays. I can feel the change in the air, like the world is holding its breath. The figures around me, once moving with an eerie silent grace, now shift and tremble. They're waiting. For what, exactly, I can't say. But something stirs in the depths of the dark space that surrounds us, an energy I can't comprehend, an unseen force that pulls at the very fabric of this place. I try to focus, to find something, anything, that could help me break free, but the darkness wraps around me, smothering any thought that dares to rise above the suffocating weight. I feel like I'm drowning in it. My lungs ache as if I'm breathing in smoke, but it's worse than smoke. This is something far more dangerous. It's an absence, a hollow air that feeds on everything it touches. The man, the one who followed me all this time, steps closer. His grin widens, the expression stretched beyond anything natural. It's a look that shouldn't belong to a human, a mask that seems too tight for his face, his features contorting as though they're made of something more sinister than flesh. "You thought you could fight it," he says, his voice smooth, but it cracks on the final words like dry twigs snapping. "You thought you could escape. But this is the price of freedom." I want to scream, but I'm choking on my own voice. My mouth feels like sandpaper, my throat too dry to produce anything but a rasping sound. The figures around me seem to breathe in unison, their heads turning as if they are one, as if they move as a collective entity. I wonder how much longer I can keep fighting. It's exhausting to try to break free from the grasp of something that's not just physical. It's in my mind, now. It's in my blood. The emptiness gnaws at me, deeper than I thought possible. It feels like I'm losing pieces of myself, like I'm unraveling. "Join us," the man whispers, as if he can read the turmoil in my mind. "You're already one of us, you just don't realize it yet." I try to deny it, to push away the creeping realization that perhaps he's right. But I can't. The longer I stand here, the more I feel it, the more I understand what he means. I glance around me at the figures, these hollow creatures that seem both familiar and foreign, standing at the edges of this place like shadows waiting to consume me. There's something in their eyes, if you could call them eyes, something that resembles hunger, something that longs to absorb every part of me. Their faces are voids, but I feel them watching me, staring into me, pulling at the deepest parts of my soul. "They're waiting for you," the man continues, his voice now low and haunting. "Waiting for you to accept your place here." I want to scream again, but the sound dies before it leaves my chest. My limbs are heavy, like they don't belong to me anymore, like the darkness is seeping into my body, making its way through my veins. It's suffocating, but worse than that, it's familiar. The figures step closer, their silent movements growing more urgent. I'm frozen, unable to move as they surround me, their forms distorting and shifting with each passing second. And then I realize something that makes my blood run cold. This place, it's not just an empty world. It's not just an in-between. It's a place that devours, a place that consumes everything that enters, everything that is unfortunate enough to wander into its grasp. It's a twisted reflection of the world I once knew, a distorted echo of reality. But it's real. It's real in a way that makes my mind ache. This isn't a nightmare. This isn't just a bad dream. This is the after, the place where the lost, the broken, the abandoned come to stay forever. You'll understand soon, the man says, his voice dripping with an unsettling calmness. You will see. You are part of this now. Part of the hollow road that leads nowhere. I feel myself slipping, like my body is starting to fade. Like I'm being pulled into the earth beneath my feet. The figures close in around me, their hollow eyes searching for some trace of the person I used to be. But there's nothing left. I am no longer me. I am part of this place. The whispers grow louder now, pressing in from every side, their voices twisting around me, drowning out everything else. I try to move, to shout, to do something, but my body refuses to listen. It's like I'm being pulled into something much larger than myself, into a tide of darkness that's swallowing me whole. I can feel my mind stretching, bending, warping with the weight of it all. The air grows heavier, the shadows thicker, and then I hear something far off, distant, yet close. A sound that pierces the void like a bell tolling, clear and sharp. It's a voice, but not a human one. "It's time to come home," it says. The words hang in the air like a curse, ringing in my ears, and suddenly everything goes still. The darkness stops moving, the whispers fall silent, and I feel a pull, deep within me, something that compels me to listen. I know that voice. I should know it, but it feels off, wrong. I try to turn my head, but my body doesn't obey me. The man who has followed me all this time stands at the center, watching, waiting. His eyes gleam, that same predatory gleam that has haunted me since this nightmare began. And in the distance, I see a figure, tall, looming, its form blurred by the darkness. But there's something about it that feels like a magnet pulling me in. The hollow road stretches before me, endless, winding, its path obscured by the thickening mist. I can hear the voices again, and I know what they're telling me now. It's too late. The darkness around me seems to pulse with life, as if it's breathing, exhaling the weight of centuries into the air. My mind struggles to grasp what's happening. I can't feel my body anymore. Can't hear the sounds of my own heartbeat or the rush of blood through my veins. It's as if I've been untethered from everything I knew, lost in a space where time and reality no longer matter. The figure in the distance looms closer. I can't see its face, can't make out its features, but something about it feels familiar. That pull, that magnetic force, grows stronger, irresistible. A part of me wants to run, but my legs won't move, my body won't respond. I am bound here, locked in this place, caught between a world that was once mine and one I've never known. The whispers return, their voices urgent now, pressing in on me from every side. It's time. The voice says again, clearer this time, more commanding. You've always known, it's time to come home. The words don't feel like a comfort, but a warning, a command that I have no choice but to obey. Something inside me stirs, a flicker of resistance. I don't want to go. I don't want to belong to this place. But then I hear it again. The laughter of the man who has followed me all this time. It rings in my ears, a hollow, mirthless sound that echoes through the darkness like a death knell. His presence is unmistakable now, like a shadow cast over my soul. He's here. He's always been here. And the realization crashes down on me like a tidal wave. You can't escape. He murmurs, his voice growing louder, closer. Not now, not anymore. You've crossed the line, and there's no going back. I want to scream, but the scream is trapped inside me, lost in the vast, empty space around me. My mind races, searching for a way out, for something, anything, that will break me free of this nightmare. But there's nothing. No escape. No exit. Just the unrelenting pull of the figure in the distance, the one whose presence grows heavier by the second. I can feel it now, deep inside. The truth I've been denying, the truth I've been running from. The man who followed me. He's not just a person. He's a part of this place, a part of the darkness that surrounds me. He's the one who brought me here, led me down this path, piece by piece, until there was no way to turn back. You've been marked, he says, his voice a whisper in the air. Just like the rest of them. You're one of us now. And I understand. I understand in that moment, with a sickening clarity that chills me to my core. This place, it doesn't just devour, it claims. It marks its victims, binds them to it, until they become part of the darkness, a part of the never-ending road that leads nowhere. It doesn't matter how you got here. It doesn't matter if you tried to escape. Once you've crossed the threshold, once you've been touched by it, you belong to it. The figure steps closer, and for the first time, I see its face, or what should be its face. It's a blur, shifting, as if it can't decide what it wants to be. I can't see its eyes, but I feel them on me, seeing me, all of me, piercing through every wall I've built, every defense I've put up. There's no escape from its gaze. You can't outrun it. The figure says, its voice like 1,000 whispers, like 1,000 people speaking at once. You've already been taken. Welcome home. The words hit me like a punch to the gut, and the weight of them settles into my bones. The realization is crushing, suffocating. I am lost. I am part of this place now. I am not me anymore. I am nothing more than a shadow, a hollow echo of what I once was, caught in the same cycle as the others, bound to this road that stretches on forever. A path with no end, no beginning, only endless darkness. And then, as if on cue, the figures around me begin to move. They shift and glide toward me, their forms blurring into the shadows as they close in, surrounding me on all sides. Their hollow eyes, empty voids of nothingness, stare at me, and I feel them crawling inside my mind, consuming what little is left of my identity. There is no fight left in me. I've already given up, already accepted the inevitable. The weight of it presses down on me until I can't breathe, until I can't even remember what it was like to feel the warmth of sunlight on my skin, the sound of the world moving around me. You were always meant to be here, the man says again, his voice reverberating in my skull. This was your fate. This is the road you were always destined to walk. And as the last of my resistance fades away, as the final piece of my humanity slips into the abyss, I feel a strange sense of peace wash over me. It's over. The weight in my chest is unbearable. For the first time, I feel the absence of fear, a hollow calm that has swallowed all the terror I should be feeling. The dark figures close in around me, their presence suffocating, their whispers now indistinguishable from the very air I breathe. My legs are heavy, immovable, and my mind struggles to hold on to anything that once felt real. Every breath I take is like inhaling the void itself, a cold and empty vacuum. I should be fighting, screaming, clawing my way out of this nightmare. But I can't. The very idea of resistance feels alien, like a far-off memory of something I used to be. I am not that person anymore. You know it's too late? The voice says again, smooth and serpentine, wrapping itself around my mind like a comforting embrace. You've crossed the line. There's nothing left for you to return to. You belong here now. I want to deny it, to scream at the injustice of it all, but no words come. Instead, a deep, all-consuming realization seeps into my consciousness. The road I've been walking, the highway I've been following without knowing, has never ended. It loops back on itself, twisting and turning until it blurs, until it becomes the very air I breathe and the ground I stand on. It isn't a place anymore. It's a prison, a dark, living thing that devours everything in its path. You're just like the rest of them. The man's voice continues. They've all come before you, and when you came, I was waiting for you. A flood of memories hits me like a crashing wave. I remember the first time I saw him, how his gaze lingered just a little too long, how the feeling of being watched never left. I remember the nights I'd hear footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate, but when I turned around, there was no one there. And I remember the faces of those I thought were safe, the ones who had passed through this highway before me, their expressions empty, vacant, as if they were shells of the people they once were. They were already gone by the time I noticed them. Don't you see? He says again, his voice now softer, almost soothing. You've already become one of us. You're just another face in the endless procession. Another lost soul wandering through this endless stretch of darkness. I try to move, try to tear myself away from the pull, but my body is frozen, my limbs heavy as if chained to the ground. I can't escape. I can't fight it. And then, with a sickening snap, something in me breaks. I hear it, a quiet, almost imperceptible sound, like a crack in the very fabric of reality. Something shifts in the air around me, and for a brief moment, the endless blackness seems to waver, as if it's a mirage, a distortion. A figure steps forward from the shadows, its form blurry, shifting like smoke. I can't make out its features, but the feeling of recognition washes over me like a wave, its icy touch sinking deep into my heart. It's him, the man who followed me. But now, his appearance isn't just the man I thought I knew. It's something more, something other. "You think you've escaped?" he asks, a low chuckle escaping his lips. "You think you're different? You're just like everyone else. And now you're mine." The cold truth hits me then, harder than any blow could. This isn't just a road. It isn't just a place. It's a threshold, a boundary between what was once real and what has never been. It's a liminal space, a purgatory that binds its victims to the endless cycle. There's no escape. There's no way out. The faces around me begin to shift and change, blending together in a grotesque dance of features and eyes. Some are familiar, people I've known in my life, old friends, strangers I passed by once, faces I've only seen in fleeting moments. But now their expressions are vacant, empty, as though they've forgotten who they were, forgotten everything that once made them human. "You should have never followed me," I whisper, but my voice is barely a breath in the vast emptiness. "You should have never followed me home." The man's grin widens, his shadowy form growing taller, stretching out in all directions. His eyes gleam with a knowing malice, a dark satisfaction that makes my stomach turn. "But you see, that's where you're wrong. It wasn't you following me." I stare at him, unable to make sense of his words. "What do you mean? You were never meant to escape," he says, his voice now deep, like 100 voices speaking as one. "You've always been a part of this. From the moment you stepped into the car, from the first glance you gave me, you've always belonged here. I'm not the one who followed you. You followed me." And then the truth hits me with the force of 1,000 realizations. The night I first saw him, the strange feeling that something wasn't right, the feeling of being watched, it wasn't a random occurrence. It was the moment I crossed into this place, into this world. I didn't just happen to find the highway. I was led here. And now, like all those before me, I will be absorbed into it, part of its endless march toward nothingness. "Welcome to the end," the man whispers, his face now a mask of pure darkness. A void that swallows everything in its path. The road stretches on before me, a never-ending expanse that disappears into the horizon where the darkness reigns. There is no escape. There never was. I wish I could scream. I wish I could feel anger, desperation, or even fear, but instead, there's only this suffocating, numb acceptance. The realization is setting in, slowly, piece by piece, that everything I knew has unraveled. This place isn't real, or maybe it's more real than I could ever comprehend. It's a place between places, a place where time doesn't exist and nothing moves forward. I don't know how to explain it, but I feel its weight on my bones, in my soul, and in the very core of my being. The man, or whatever he is now, stands there watching me with a chilling smile. His presence wraps around me like a shadow, suffocating every bit of resistance I might have had. His grin is wide, but it doesn't reach his eyes. His eyes are empty, hollow, voids that seem to devour the very light that dares to shine near them. "You were always meant to find this place," he says softly, his voice as smooth as oil. "The moment you saw me, you entered the game, and now you'll never leave. You've crossed the threshold." I don't respond. I can't. The words have dried up inside me. Every muscle in my body feels like it's made of lead, and the air around me grows heavier, denser with each passing second. It's suffocating. My mind is unraveling, but there's nothing I can do to stop it. And then, just when I think I can't take any more, I see it. A mirror. It wasn't there a moment ago, but now it stands just beyond the figure, tall and old, framed in dark, tarnished metal. It's out of place here, an object that doesn't belong in this endless expanse of darkness. Its surface is too smooth, too clean. There's something about it that feels like it's calling to me. Look at it, the man says, as though reading my thoughts. Who's your truth, your reflection? Go ahead, take a look. I don't want to look. I know better. Mirrors have never been a friend to me. Not in this place, not in any place. But I can't resist. I feel the pull of the mirror like a magnet, drawing me in, and I take a hesitant step forward. When I look into it, I don't see myself. The reflection staring back at me isn't mine. At first, it's just a blur of shapes, but then the image sharpens and I gasp. The person in the mirror is not me, but it should be. It has my face, my eyes, but it's not my body, not my posture. This version of me is bent, hunched over, with hollowed cheeks and a twisted, grotesque smile that doesn't belong on anyone. The eyes are too wide, too bright, almost glowing with an unnatural light. The reflection moves. No, I move, before I can even think to stop it. The version of me in the mirror leans forward, pressing its face against the glass, its twisted grin growing wider. Its eyes now filled with a sick, knowing hunger. You're already gone. The man's voice rings out, and I can feel his presence behind me, like a breath on the back of my neck. That's what you wanted to see, isn't it? The truth of what you've become. I stumble back, tearing my eyes away from the mirror, but the image in it doesn't fade. It stays, grinning, watching me as I try to regain control. But I can't. My heart races, my skin prickles, and my chest tightens with a horrible certainty. That thing in the mirror isn't just a reflection. It's me, or at least, it's what I will become. The more you resist, the man continues, his voice low and almost tender, the more it consumes you. That's how this place works. You've been lost for so long that you didn't even realize it, did you? And now you're just one more shadow in the dark. One more face that will eventually fade away. I look down at my hands, half expecting to see them disintegrating, fading like the faces of all the others I've seen in the distance. But they're still there. My fingers curl into fists, desperate to hold on to something, anything. But it's useless. I feel it again, the pull of the mirror, the way it calls me, like it's the only thing that's real in this nightmare. My legs move without my permission, dragging me back toward the reflection. The twisted version of me is still there, still smiling, still waiting. It's almost as if it's inviting me to cross over, to join it in that otherworldly space beyond the glass. You're almost there, the man whispers from behind me. Just one step more, and you'll be free. No more running, no more hiding, just the truth. I can hear the voices of those who came before me, the lost souls, echoing in the back of my mind. Their whispers, their cries for help, their voices begging for release. They all wanted the same thing, and they all ended up here, caught in the same trap. I glance back at the mirror again. The reflection is no longer just smiling. It's reaching out, stretching its hand toward me, as if it wants to pull me in, to drag me into its world. The image beckons. I can't help it. I need to see what's on the other side. I take a step forward, then another, the world around me warping, bending in strange, unexplainable ways. The man's laughter rings in my ears. And then, just as I'm within inches of the glass, I feel a sudden, violent pull in my chest, like a hook sinking into my heart, dragging me backward. I stumble, falling to the ground, gasping for air, my eyes wild with terror. The mirror still stands there, just as it was, but now I see it for what it truly is. A portal? A doorway into something far worse than I ever imagined. I try to stand, to run, but my body refuses to obey. The dark figures surround me, pressing in on all sides. I'm trapped. It's too late. And somehow, I know now that it's always been too late. The world around me tilts, warps, and shudders. Time itself seems to unravel as the darkness presses in, suffocating me from all directions. My pulse thunders in my ears, drowning out all other sound, and for a moment, I can't tell where I end and the void begins. Everything feels wrong, too wrong, like the very laws of nature are being twisted beyond recognition. I'm not sure when it happens, but I find myself falling. There's no ground beneath me, no air around me, just the endless, suffocating darkness pressing in from all sides. My limbs flail out in desperation, but nothing can stop the plunge, the mirror, the pull. It's like a force stronger than gravity itself. It drags me into this terrible, unseen abyss, and the only thing I can do is scream. But there is no sound. For all the terror I feel, my voice is swallowed up, consumed by the suffocating darkness. I open my mouth to scream again, but it's useless. There's no escape from this place. The shadows around me begin to take shape, too many shapes to count, all shifting and flickering like distorted figures, like memories, but not quite. There's something about them that feels so intimately familiar, yet utterly foreign. I can't focus on any one face, can't make sense of any one shape, because they keep flickering out of existence as soon as I get too close. It's as if they know I can't comprehend them, and so they taunt me just out of reach. Then, like a cruel joke, the man's voice fills the void soft and mocking. You thought you could escape. You thought that running away would save you. His voice isn't just a sound, it's a presence. Filling my mind, crawling under my skin. It's like he's inside me, knowing every fear I've ever had, every hesitation, every secret regret. But there's no escaping this. There's no place you can go where I can't find you. I am you. I don't understand what he means. My thoughts are fragmented, like a broken mirror. But I know one thing for certain: I can't let him win. I can't let him pull me into whatever this is. I must wake up. But waking up feels impossible now. I can feel the weight of this place pressing down on my chest, each breath harder to take, each second pulling me further into its grip. It's as if I'm no longer in control of my own body, as if it's no longer mine to command. I reach out in the dark, trying to steady myself, to grasp onto anything that might give me some kind of foothold. But my hands pass through the shadows as though they aren't even there. I remember the mirror. It wasn't just a reflection. It was a gateway. A portal to something far more sinister than I ever imagined. A place that holds all the lost souls who've been tricked, who've given in. It's not just a world of darkness. It's a world where you lose yourself completely until there's nothing left but the shadows. And in the distance, I see it. A light. A flicker of something. A source of brightness in this sea of nothingness. I don't know what it is, but I find myself moving toward it. My legs don't feel like mine, but they carry me forward all the same. The darkness pulls at me, dragging me back with every step, but I ignore it. I need to see it. I need to know what it is, what it means. With every step, the light grows brighter, sharper. It feels like the promise of salvation, even though I know I shouldn't trust it. But I don't have a choice. If I don't go toward it, then I'll be lost here forever. And being lost here, being consumed by this shadowy realm, is worse than anything I could imagine. Then, just as I get within reach of the light, I stop. Something's wrong. The light isn't what I thought it was. It's not warm, not comforting. It's cold, sharp, and blinding. I can't look directly at it, yet I can't look away. The light grows more intense until it's unbearable, and just as I start to close my eyes against it, a voice calls out from the depths of my mind. Don't look back. The words cut through the overwhelming pressure of the light. I don't recognize the voice, but it carries a weight of urgency, of desperation. It's a warning, but it's too late. The light expands outward, engulfing me, flooding my vision with its searing intensity. The darkness is nothing in comparison to this. I feel it pierce my mind, my soul, like 1,000 blades stabbing into the very fabric of my being. And then, I'm there. Everything changes. The world around me is suddenly different. The oppressive darkness is gone, replaced by a landscape that feels too real. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth, of rain and decay. The ground beneath my feet is soft, muddy. The sky is an unnatural shade of gray, swirling with clouds that seem to move against the wind, as if they have a mind of their own. I look around, my heart racing, and I realize this place isn't real either. It's a mirror of the world I once knew, but twisted. Everything is familiar, but wrong, like a broken version of the life I once had. I can hear something in the distance, a rustling sound, the faintest whispering of movement. It's unsettling, like the world itself is alive, watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. There's no sign of the man, no sign of anyone, just this desolate place, empty except for me and the shadows. But I can feel his presence in the air, lurking just beyond my vision. I know he's here. He's always here. I take a step forward, then another, my legs shaky beneath me. The earth feels alive under my feet, pulsing with something I can't name. The silence presses down on me like a weight, suffocating, and I can't shake the feeling that I'm being hunted. Suddenly, I hear it, a whisper. It's faint at first, like a breeze carrying a forgotten secret, but then it grows louder, clearer. It's not coming from any one direction. It's everywhere, echoing through the landscape, like it's part of the very fabric of this world. You are not supposed to be here. The voice is soft, almost a breath, but it chills me to the bone. The whisper grows louder, more insistent. It comes from all around me, a soft, eerie murmur that reverberates through the very air. It's like the wind itself has been given a voice that speaks to me directly, pulling at my consciousness, worming its way into the deepest corners of my mind. You are not supposed to be here. I try to ignore it, to push it out of my thoughts, but it clings to me, wrapping around me like a cold, suffocating blanket. I glance around frantically, but the landscape remains unchanged. The sky, a sickly gray, churns like a storm about to break. The ground beneath me is soft, damp, and the trees around me, twisted, gnarled, and eerily silent, seem to lean in closer as though they're listening, too. The voice speaks again, this time more forcefully. You do not belong here. You will never leave. I freeze, my breath catching in my throat. The words are not just an echo, they feel like a command. As if they have the power to trap me, to bind me to this cursed place forever. A sudden cold shiver runs down my spine, and I turn, convinced someone is behind me. But when I look, there's nothing. The eerie silence swells once more, and the oppressive weight of this forsaken land presses in on me from all sides. I begin to walk, though every instinct in my body tells me to stop, to turn around, to try and go back to the world I once knew. But there is no going back. Not now. Not after everything I've seen. The shadows stretch long behind me, twisting unnaturally. I swear I can hear faint footsteps following in my wake, light but deliberate. They don't belong to me. They belong to something else, something far more sinister. The voice comes again, louder this time, as though the very air itself is ripping open to let it through. You cannot escape, you cannot hide. There is no place left to run. I stumble forward, my feet sinking slightly into the wet earth with each step. The ground feels wrong, like it's trying to hold me down, to pull me into the depths beneath. The trees bend toward me, their branches reaching out like claws, as if they are waiting to snatch me away. I keep moving, though the landscape shifts unnervingly around me. It's like the world is reconfiguring itself with every step I take, rearranging its very shape. I can feel my mind fracturing under the pressure, as though it is being stretched, twisted, and pulled in 1,000 directions at once. And then, just as I begin to think I can't go any further, I see it. A figure, standing just ahead of me, shrouded in darkness. I can't make out the details, only the outline of a figure that stands unnaturally still, as though waiting for me. My heart pounds in my chest. The figure is not the man. It's something else, something far more ancient, far more dangerous. I know deep in my bones that it is the reason this place exists, the reason everything is so wrong. It is the shadow of all the forgotten, the lost souls, the ones who have been consumed by this cursed world. I can feel its presence now, like an oppressive weight pressing down on me from all directions. Its gaze is heavy, and I can feel it burrowing into me, seeing past the surface, seeing me. Every secret, every flaw, every dark corner of my soul. For a moment, time seems to slow, and everything around me falls into silence, save for the echo of my own heartbeat. I can't move. I can't breathe. The figure doesn't speak, but it doesn't need to. Its presence is enough. It is the embodiment of everything that's been lost, everything that's been swallowed by the darkness. I take a step back, but my feet won't move. I can't seem to tear my eyes away from the figure, even though every fiber of my being is screaming at me to run, to get away. The whisper comes again, a low, menacing sound that fills my entire being. You are here for a reason. My mind reels. What does that mean? A reason. The figure begins to move. Slowly, deliberately, it takes a step toward me. With each movement, the air around me grows heavier, the temperature dropping with a vicious chill. I can see now. Its face is no face at all. Just a swirling void, a darkness that seems to ripple and shift with every second. It reaches out toward me, and I know that I have no choice. I can't escape. The darkness is swallowing me whole. But then I hear another voice. It's faint, distant, but unmistakable. It's his voice. The man's voice. The one who's been following me. The one who never left. Don't listen to it. The words come with such force, such desperation, that they break through the thick haze of fear clouding my mind. I snap my head around, searching for him, but he's nowhere to be found. Still, his voice lingers, cutting through the shadows. You can't stay here. You have to get out. It's not real. The voice is a lifeline, a thread of sanity in the midst of this madness. I know I can't stay. I can't give in. Not now. I turn, my feet heavy and unsteady beneath me, and I begin to run. But the world is collapsing around me. The ground trembles beneath my feet. The sky spins in dizzying circles, and the very air seems to press in on me, suffocating me with every step I take. The darkness is clawing at my back, threatening to drag me under, and I know I have to keep running. I can't stop. I won't stop. I don't know where I'm going, but I know I have to get away from the figure, from the shadows, from whatever this place is. The voice calls out again, desperate now, as though it knows I'm slipping away. You're not safe. You can't outrun it. It will always be with you. I scream into the void, the words bursting from my throat in a primal cry, and the world seems to freeze around me. But I don't stop. I run. The ground beneath me quakes with every step, the world shifting and buckling as though it's trying to swallow me whole. The air is thick with the scent of decay, of something ancient and putrid that clings to my skin, soaking into my clothes. I can feel it, the weight of the presence behind me. Drawing closer with every second, but I don't dare look back. To look would be to surrender, and I refuse to surrender. I won't let it win. The whispers return, louder now, more insistent, but they come from all directions. The voices, like a chorus of unseen specters, crowd my mind. You can't escape. You will never leave. It is already too late. But I keep running, my breath ragged, my legs burning with exhaustion. The path before me is dark, the treacherous and unfamiliar. The trees that line the way are twisted, their gnarled branches reaching out like claws, eager to snag me and drag me back into the depths of this nightmare. I refuse to stop. I won't let it pull me under. I push harder, my feet pounding against the uneven earth, every step a desperate attempt to escape the suffocating grip of whatever this place is. The sky above me is a swirling vortex of gray and black, clouds roiling like an angry ocean. And the air grows colder with every passing moment. The further I go, the more disorienting the landscape becomes, as though the world itself is fracturing, bending under some unseen force. And then, without warning, the ground beneath me shifts. I stumble, my foot catching on something hidden beneath the surface, and I fall, hard. My palms scrape against the cold earth as I push myself up, panic surging through my veins. I try to get my bearings, but my mind is swimming, the edges of my vision blurring, as if the very fabric of reality is starting to tear. I glance down at the ground. It's wrong. The earth is no longer solid beneath my feet. There's something alive in it, a dark, pulsing mass, like veins spreading through the ground, crawling and shifting in a grotesque dance. The sound of it is nauseating, squelching, wet, as though the earth itself is breathing. And then, as I look closer, I see it, a figure. Not far ahead, it's standing there, waiting for me. But it's not the shadowed figure from before. No, this one is different. This one is familiar. My heart stops in my chest. The shape is distorted, warped, but there's no mistaking the figure I see before me. It's me. The realization hits me like a punch to the gut. The figure is me, or rather, a twisted, corrupted version of myself. Its eyes are hollow, dark voids that suck in all the light around them. Its face contorted in a grotesque expression of agony, its body unnaturally elongated, as though it's been stretched and bent beyond recognition. I can't breathe. My mind reels, and I stagger back, my body trembling uncontrollably. The thing that looks like me takes a step forward, then another. Each movement is slow, deliberate, as though it's savoring the moment, relishing my fear. And the worst part, it's smiling. I want to scream, but the words are trapped in my throat. My own twisted reflection continues to approach. Its grin widening with each step. The silence of the world around us amplifies, and the only sound that fills the air is the sickening squelch of its feet as it moves closer. You cannot escape what you are. The voice is mine, but not mine. It's distorted, guttural, hollow. It echoes in my skull, reverberating through my very bones. I can feel it clawing at the edges of my mind, testing my sanity, threatening to drag me under. I back away, my legs trembling beneath me. But no matter how far I try to move, the creature that is me follows, its steps unhurried, relentless. You can't outrun yourself. The words are like chains, wrapping around my chest, tightening with every breath I take. I want to scream again, to fight, to do anything to escape this nightmare. But no matter how hard I try to move, it's like the world itself is holding me in place, its invisible grip tightening with each passing second. It stops, just a few feet away. The air grows heavy with its presence, thick and suffocating, and then it speaks. You will always be here, in the dark, with me. The words echo in my mind, a dreadful finality to them. I want to run. I want to tear myself away from this thing, from this place, but I can't move. I can't do anything but stand there, rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the horror that's taken hold of me. And then, as if on cue, the ground beneath me begins to tremble once more. The darkness swells, engulfing everything around me. The trees, the sky, the very air itself seems to cave in, folding into an impenetrable blackness. The sound of the earth shifting, groaning under some unseen pressure, fills the space around me, and the world begins to warp and bend. I turn. I try to run, but it's too late. The darkness rushes forward, swallowing me whole. I can feel it, thick and suffocating, closing in from all sides. The whispers return, louder than ever, as if the entire world is speaking to me at once. There is no escape. And then, I understand. There was never any escape.